Get in on the action this season with Underdog's Pick'em game. Select higher or lower between 2 and 8 players and compete for up to 325 times your entry. Use code DIRECTOR when signing up to receive up to $1,000 in bonus cash and a free pick. Action.
Who's got it better than us?
Into the end zone, Charger fans are witnesses to history.
Good morning. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I got my times all mixed up, dude. I was like, okay, we're gonna get a cup of coffee, we're gonna be ready, and I was sitting here like, oh my god, I think it actually started 10 minutes ago. Here we go, dudes. Day 3 already upon us. Yeah, we had to jump on stream right away. Get your guys' chat in here. Let's get the selections going. Here we go. It's energy drink day. I mean, day 3. Still from last night. Woo! Thank God we made it before the Chargers pick, dude. So what did we miss? What did we miss? Jamad McCoy to the Raiders. That's crazy. But there you go. Did you guys hear what happened to Jamad McCoy and why he fell all the way down here? Not that it changed anything. Even if he was still on the board, I would still be talking to you guys about this. He
Just to get
he needs
started,
another.
The draft is much more entertaining with you at the helm.
Hey!
Thank you, Director.
Thank you so much, Rick Town. And SJ, $20 holla. Keep up the good work, Director. Chef going to cook
Keep up
today.
the good work,
The chef
Director.
special.
Chef going to cook.
The chef special, day 3. Picks and values. Rick H-Town and SJ, thank you so much, dude. $20 holla. It's been here for like 10 seconds. Not an early riser. Oh, dude. After the last 2 night streams, I've just been sitting here like researching and not be. I have this problem where I get too hyped and I'll just sit in my bed, with closed eyes, running through the same scenarios in my head of, is Jake Slaughter a guard? Where is this at? Where is that going? Guys, thank you so much, dude. $20 hollers to start off the stream right off the bat, man. Thank you guys so much. Anyway, the Jamad McCoy story. I saw a clip last night of an insider talking about what was going on with him, and supposedly there's a procedure that he needs to go through that is extremely risky, which I feel so bad for the young man, dude. It is so sad to see when an athlete works their butt off their whole lives and they get to the point that they're hoping to be drafted. And I'm secretly, like, I hate that he went to the Raiders, but I'm glad that he's drafted and that he's at least beginning his journey there. But the procedure has to do with something where they have to remove a piece of cartilage or muscle or ligament or something and try and move it to repair another part of his wherever the injury is, and that there is a chance that if it doesn't work, it could legitimately be career ending, is from what I remember seeing last night. And that is that's pretty sad. We hope that he's okay, that he can play, and even though he's with the Raiders, it sucks that he went there, but that's a reason that he has been falling the way he has. Here come the selection by the Cardinals. Caleb Proctor. Ah, dang, he's one of the guys that I wanted. And Darrell Jackson. went to the Jets right before then, too. So 2 defensive linemen right before the Chargers pick. And we were on the clock just like that, man. Welcome to day 3. Welcome to day 3. Yeah, McCoy is insane, dude. If he pans out, he's going to be a first-round talent later down the line for the Raiders. But that is the reason why he was falling, is that they don't even know what's going to happen with his long-term career with that procedure that's going to be necessary. Oh, yes, my apologies. Here, let's get that bottom banner going. As we are getting ready for our selection, yeah, I think we got it. There we go. The pick is in for the Chargers, by the way. The pick is in for the Chargers. Who do I want? The corners look really nice. Abney is still there. Keontae Scott was one of my favorites. He's probably one of the best slots in this draft. There's some receivers on the board. Deion Burks would make me personally very happy. Devin Moore is another one I think they'll like. But I honestly think, guys, the pick right now needs to be Jalen Farmer. I think we still need to be going in on offensive line. Get back in the trenches. With the run on defensive line, though, I also wouldn't be too shocked to see Grayson Halton here. Is there another defensive lineman that I like a lot? Or Rashawn Benny. Caleb Proctor just went to the Cardinals. He was one of my other favorites here. So, I mean, offensive or defensive line, I think I'm pretty happy. I think Jalen Farmer here, though, is my number one. I think I go Jalen Farmer here. And if it's not Farmer, I'm hoping it's one of the defensive linemen. And if it's not one of the defensive linemen, I'm hoping it's Abney or Scott, the corners. That's where I'm at. If they go wide receiver for whatever reason, I love Deion Burks. But I don't know. That's more of a personal favorite. If they're looking for that X, Elijah Surratt is also not a bad idea. That's where we are. And I might need to get a new one of these. I'm dying. Dude, I did so much research on Jake Slaughter last night because most of my research when I was talking about him was before we had signed Tyler Biotish. So he was purely what I had viewed as a center in my research, at least. But he is absolutely insane. And I did find a lot of evidence last night to suggest that he could move to guard. But I'm still not completely convinced that's going to be the plan for him. So that's why I still really want to go back into offensive line. Because let's say it turned around, right? Let's say that the Chargers did get a guard yesterday. Let's say in the second or the third round they did pick up a guard. Let's say it even was Jalen Farmer in the third or whatever. I would be pushing for Jake Slaughter now. Or Sam Hecht. I liked him a lot too. Let me see. Is there any other ones that I was pushing for in terms of center? I also liked Jagger Burton because he had some flexibility there. Connor Liu, obviously. Here we go, dudes. Charger selection. We got a super fan up there. With the 105th pick, the Chargers select Brennan Thompson. Woo! Hey, that's not a bad pick. I'm a big guy on Deion Burks, but Brennan Thompson was the other one, dude. I can't believe we did it. We just drafted the fastest wide receiver in the combine this season. He ran a 4.26. He's a smooth route runner. Oh, we did it, dude. Brennan Thompson. That is awesome. I can't believe they did it. I'm glad they went that route, dude. Holy cow, dude. This guy is electric. Mike McDaniel saw this guy with shades of Tyreek Hill and said, give me that. Give me that wide receiver. Woo! That's an awesome way to kick off day 4 or day 3, dude. That is awesome. This dude is quick, man. Oh, dude, that is exciting as heck, dude. What a way to kick off the 3rd day, man. Wow. I gotta go pick up his trades, his PFSN. That is awesome, dude. Let's go. Check this out, dude. Let's go to his testing right here. A 4.26. Yes, he is small. That's the reason he's fallen all the way down into the day 3. He's a smaller guy, but he is a speedster. And the biggest reason I liked him and Deion Burks, if you guys watched some of our shorts, which I needed to put out. Oh, crap. We're going to have to do that here in just a second. Of the guys that I want in day 2, we might actually watch those together. It's already up on Bleacher Report, but I have to put it up on my other platforms here. Man, I had late start today. He is a complete player in a lot of ways. He's a smooth route runner. Let's actually go read his overview here on PFSN. And here come the Texan selection here in just a second. Need for speed in 2026. Thompson boasts a blistering 100-meter dash record of 10.18 seconds, which serves as a direct representation of his on-field speed. While he struggled to produce consistently in Texas and Oklahoma through his first 3 seasons, he effectively broke out with Mississippi in 2025. And the Texans, by the way, just took Fabachi Niawau, a guard at Oklahoma. Continuing here, occurring 57 catches for 1,054 yards and 6 touchdowns, as well as a strong PFSN wide receiver impact record, a score of 82.4. With Thompson weighing just 170 pounds, there would be questions about how his frame translates to the next level. Nevertheless, he contends well as a ball tracker, body control artist, and vertical plane. And he has the STEM IQ and fluidity to create separation, not just with speed, but with nuance in tighter spaces. His lighter frame naturally limits his appeal, withstanding contact in the RAC, but his vertical catalyst, multi-level separator, and open field rack threat, he holds merit as potential top 100 pick. That is so cool, dude. That is so. What does PFF think over here? Did they have any analysis on him? No. But here are some of his stats and grades, man. Very, very cool. Very, very cool, man. I'm very, very happy with Brennan Thompson being the first pick in day 3, man. Yes. And this was the thing, too. Actually, I'm going to go pull that up right now because I have to put it online. I apologize doing this on stream, but we got to get it up there. We got to get it out there before it's too late. Let's see. Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. And I'm gonna show it to you guys while we're at it. Let me actually go grab it real quick so you guys can see it before we get started. If you have any more questions on here, I'm gonna let you guys watch this real quick while I'm getting some of this stuff ready. Let me actually get this on the other screen real quick. And the pick is in for the Niners too. The pick is in for the Niners. And this down here. You guys can watch this for just a second. It's going to be in a weird spot, but here. This is who I'm hoping for. There was no audio. Hang on. Properties.
Biggest needs after day 2. Day 2 was crazy, man. We made it out with like a bajillion picks with all these trade downs. To be precise, we have 7 selections tomorrow, which is going to make day 3 extra exciting. Here are the needs the Bolts should try and hit on early. First up, guard still kind of feels like a need here. Because yes, in round 2, we took Jake Slaughter, the center out of Florida. Man, he's a great football player. But a curious situation. He was announced as guard, but is he going to actually play guard for the Charger? I mean, think he could. But no matter what, I really would like to double up and get another good one on the interior there. How about Jalen Farmer out of Kentucky or Bo Stevens out of Iowa? I would like both of those guys. Wide receiver is also kind of a sneaky need here, too. It's probably the biggest move the Chargers tried to make in the offseason so far. It looked like they were looking for X, but I don't know who's left on the board that challenges Trey Harris for that spot. Instead, why not give me some speedsters? One of my guys, Theon Burks out of Oklahoma. Man, that guy's a playmaker. Or maybe even Brennan Thompson out of Mississippi State. The guy ran a 4.26. Both these speedsters would be awesome in McDaniel's offense. Finally, the last need, I think defensive line could use some reinforcement from the interior. If you're looking for a guy for more run defense, I like Darrell Jackson out of FSU or Rashawn Benny of Michigan. But if you're looking for more pass rush, I also like Grayson Halton from Oklahoma or Caleb Proctor, Southeastern Louisiana, who fit that bill. And with 7 picks, I do think the Bolts are likely to fill some of these holes. But truth be told, I think they can afford to take some risks with that much ammunition. I'll end with this. If I'm the Bolts, I'm going to be rolling the dice on guys like Jamad McCoy, who's been sliding like crazy now into the 4th round. Worst case, he sits a year, and next year in 2027, you have a first-round talent corner on the roster. I think 7 picks in day 3 can afford you that luxury.
There you go. So that's going up on the YouTubes and the TikToks and all the socials right now. While we're getting the next pick in by the Niners.
Here are the Chargers.
Thank you guys for indulging me on that. This back up on there. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. So those are the guys that I'm aiming at here. That, I will admit, I made before I found out the more information on Jamad McCoy and his operation that he needs to have. But there we have it. There we have it. There we have it. The last couple of picks here, the Chargers took Brennan Thompson, okay, now they have an article here real quick. I'll read this while I'm getting the other thing uploaded here. Here come the Niners selection, by the way. A German fan. 49ers. Here we go. Brennan Thompson. Thompson's elite speed and big playability will draw interest, but his below-average size, inconsistent catch rate complicate his projection. He ran a 4.2640, which ranks the 100th percentile at the position, along with a 2.53 second 20-yard split, 93rd percentile. 2025, he caught 57 of 87 targets for 1,000 yards, 6 touchdowns, averaging 277 yards per route run, which is awesome. That's a nice number right there. And 4.3 yards after the catch. He's great, man. He's great. The Niners go with Grayson Halton, the defensive tackle. There you go, guys. Wide receiver. Wide receiver for the Chargers. That's pretty awesome. So bolted, I'm seeing 2 directors on my screen. Let me get some of these super chats in here, guys, while we're getting caught up on everything. Thank you, everybody, so much, dude. If we went wide receiver, I'm so happy that we went with either Deion Burks or Brennan Thompson. Because for me, it wasn't about like what I saw in the offseason. They're looking for X, and that's where I was like, there's some good guys in this draft, but nobody that pushes Trey Harris, in my opinion. So instead, go for the kind of wide receivers that you can't teach the aspect in terms of speed with. And they did that with Brennan Thompson. That makes me very, very happy. Very, very happy, man. Thank you guys so much. Okay, some of the super chats coming in here, man. Here come the Broncos pick real quick. Jonah Coleman, running back, Washington. Really? Speaking of running backs, Washington, going before Mike Washington, now 2 running backs. Interesting. Okay, here come the super chats before we get too far away from them. We got the two $20 hollers at the top of the show, guys. Thank you so much. Director's biggest fan. Best name on the internet. I literally wasn't going to watch today when I didn't see you on here. Thanks, Director. We can get the live info bar at the bottom again. Yes, thank you guys so much, man. Director's biggest fan in the house. Shields family. Sick Raiders took McCoy, missed on Dunker and Prague, yeah. But again, the situation with McCoy is definitely unique. Shields family says, would love Scott, defensive back or Farmer, yep, at the end of the 4th round. There's still a chance. We have 2 more picks in the 4th round, dudes. I'm hoping that we get Farmer. That's the big one. And now we got wide receiver out of the way, too. And that's probably why the Chargers took him at the top of the 4th, because that speed wasn't going to last very long. And then here comes a fiver by Andinda, who says, wonder if he can be a returner or a trick play guy. Both. I don't know in terms of his stats. If he did play a bunch of special teams, I can go take a look at that. But he is an awesome wide receiver prospect, guys. You're going to be very happy with him. And then Alan with a $2 holla. How's Thompson's on punt returns? Oh, yeah, again, we'll look into the special team stuff for sure, because he's going to challenge our current roster for that a little bit here, too. Here come the Chiefs pick. Back-to-back AFC West selections. Let me see if they have any of that information on here. My game. PFSN. Do you guys have it? With the 109th pick, the Chiefs select Jaden Kennedy, another corner for the Chiefs. But bless this guy's heart, man. He's got that card, and he's shaking like a leaf. That was his moment, dude. I'm actually just going to search it here. And then I got to get that short on, dude. We're already late here. Brennan Thompson has experience as a returner, though his collegiate career was more focused at wide receiver. So he has some experience at returner. Scouting reports and conversations with the player suggest he would be used as a returner, maximizing his 4.26 speed at the next level. So yeah, there are plans to maybe move him in at returner as well. In college, he had limited action as returner, specifically recording one punt for 44-yard touchdown. I'm not mad about that. He returned one punt and he scored it. In high school, he was is where he has most of his experience as a kick returner. There you go. That's Brennan Thompson for you guys there. Wow. All right, let's get that short up there, Director. I can't believe I got my times mixed up for the draft today, dude. Chargers, day 3 targets. Lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. Thank you guys for bearing with me here. As soon as we get this up, we are good to go to settle in and rock and roll. The problem is, I didn't get my coffee and I didn't get my breakfast. I didn't get my breakfast. I did this show for a few years, man, like 3 years with one of my good friends, Trumpet Monkey. Are there any OGs in this chat that remember when I used to do Madden content way back in the day? Way back in the day. Does anybody remember that? Anyway, he was very Australian. He's very, very Australian. And we did a lot of events together where we would go to the studios at Tiburon and in LA for EA. And we'd go see like the new game coming up and test it and do a bunch of stuff. And so we got to meet in person quite a few times. And every morning he'd knock on my door and be like, "Get up, director. It's time for brekkie. Come get your brekkie, director." It's some good times, dude. Madden was such a fun, weird time of my life where we got way into it, and all of a sudden I'm sitting there in EA Studios working with all these guys. We got another $5 holla coming in from Vince. By the way, I think we're pretty much done here. We can get back to the draft. I was disappointed when the Eagles jumped us to get Lemon, but happy with Thompson. He's a McDaniel pick for sure. Oh, yeah, absolutely, dude. He's thinking, another Tyreek Hill type players that he wants to get out there with that speed. And again, that's why I liked Thompson and Burks, because both of them just so good outside the speed. I understand wanting the speed, but they also have to be able to produce in terms of separation, route running. In terms of Thompson, his hands may be a little less consistent than Burks, but I really do think that he's going to turn out great with this team. David, with the $2 holla, have you had time to watch From? Not yet. That's going to be on my docket after this week. We got time to start another show. I'm very excited, though, man. Thank you so much, David. I appreciate you, man. Thank you guys so much. At 110, the Jets select Cade Klubnik, quarterback out of Clemson. All right, here we go. That is all good. That is all set. Let me make sure Bleacher Report got my file last night, and we are all settled in. So the Chargers, we're coming up again at pick 123 and 131. We still have guards on the board that I do like. Jalen Farmer, he's somebody that I had drafted a few times in the 3rd round, so I would be very happy getting him in the 4th. Bo Stevens is one I like a lot too. A lot, actually. I got looking into him more last night. He's a rock and roller, dude. He's awesome. He's power. He's speed. He's great. I like him a lot. And he's definitely a zone guy too. Maybe a little struggle bus in man, but he's such a good zone blocker. Which that is our system anyway, so I guess that's not a big deal. And then Billy Strouth, I finally had some time to look into this guy. He actually is quite awesome. He is quite awesome. I mean, he may be more of a early 3rd round projected guy, but he is battling injury. That is why he's down here. But with all the picks that you have, I just don't like taking an unnecessary risk, when we need people right now at guard. But those are the three that I like at guard right now. And as far as tackle prospects that could kick inside, we're at the point now where I'm like not too sure with all these dudes. But we know the one guy I kind of know of that the Chargers did talk to, Isaiah World, is in consideration here as maybe a new swing tackle of the future. But I think one of the Penn State guys, if I remember right, can kick inside. Yeah. So there's one guy, Drew Shelton, who can move around the line a little bit too. Here come the Broncos pick at 111. Cage Casey. They announced him as a guard. The Boise State guy. Cage Casey. This is going to be the time of the draft too, where a lot of guys that weren't even on the list here maybe start getting drafted. Cage Casey. I don't see him here. Oh, it's because they already updated it on the side. I was like, I kind of remember seeing his name a few times. There he is. So he's projected guard. So we gotta pay attention to that too, because that actually matters when they come out there and they announce what the position is. That's what the team submitted. The team submitted Jake Slaughter as a guard, but the more I'm looking into it, I'm like, it feels like he's more of the center of the future. He will probably try at guard this season, which I'm fine with, right? That Jake Slaughter being my center going forward past Jake Biotish or Tyler Biotish, like, yeah, obviously that sounds like a great plan, and that's something that we pushed for with all the centers, you know, because it was good, very good center class. Here come the Cowboys pick. Drew Shelton, tackle, Penn State. That's funny. We were just talking about him. he's one that can move around. He's the one that could move around. I think both of them can move around, actually, right? Nolan Rucci can also move around, because they move both of those guys. So, yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out for those. The Chargers will know which one they can kick inside if they want to. Adinda with the $5 holla, QJ Ladd, Trey, KLS, DD, KA13, and now Brennan. Who's not going to start? It's going to be a battle in there, dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that does maybe push Keenan down a little bit in terms of his re-signing. I will say that. Getting Brennan Thompson in the building probably makes it a little less likely that Keenan comes back, because he's not currently on the roster. I've been frozen for a while. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It has been a morning and a half. There we go. Bolt up, 94, $2 haul. How's it going to work with KLS, David, and David Thompson? Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. You know, I think you're going to see some battles out there. Darius Davis is probably going to be challenged a bit there too. Yeah. But again, Brennan Thompson has experience as a returner. I don't know how much the Chargers plan on using him that way, because he is a bit, more slender than the other guys on the roster, but he is a really good route runner. So maybe their plan is just to keep him as a pure receiver and try and get more of, a Darius Davis and our other guys out there, KLS, out there at returner. $2 holla. What's your go-to food and drink at SoFi Stadium? Me? This is going to sound terrible, but I'm going to tell you guys anyway. My go-to food and drink, and this part's not too bad, is whatever y'all are serving up at Thunder Alley. In the actual stadium, the food's kind of okay, but you guys out in Thunder Alley, holy crap, y'all know how to cook, dude. Y'all know how to cook. And y'all bring the craziest Mexican food I've ever had in my life. And I grew up in a Mexican household, mind you. I grew up with pozole and tamales on Christmas. But y'all, dude, so freaking good, the food in Thunder Alley. My problem is that you guys always, like, if you see me walking around in Thunder Alley too, everybody jumps me with shots. So by the time I get in SoFi, I'm so plastered that the nachos are the best thing I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, no, I think the one thing I do remember kind of liking is I had these like this like pork nachos or something. My wife brought them. She went to the bathroom and then she came back with food and she's like, "Try this," and I was like, "Oh yeah, it's actually awesome. It's actually great." But yeah, that's probably where I would go. I like nachos. Thank you so much for the $2 holla. Into the 5. As happy as I am with this draft, I wish we sent 2 to the Vikings for Jay Jettas. 2 firsts? That would be tough for me because next year's draft is going to be really awesome. Now, for Jay Jettas, I understand. And for this year's first, I kind of get it. You know, this draft class is a little different. But you got to start thinking, like, would you rather what could be a really awesome wide receiver next year and Akeem Mesidor or Jay Jettas? And it's, I mean, I guess it's a fair thing to ask because Jay Jettas is just so special. But it may have taken more than that, if I have to be honest with you. Jay Jettas could have warranted 3 firsts and then some. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Definitely interesting. Doctor with the 5, as much as I love Keenan, bringing him back hinders lad's growth going into year 3 now, actually. Yeah. I think it is important to consider that. It is important to consider that. Whiskey Kings, or Whiskey Wings. Welcome back. So the last pick, Drew Shelton to the Cowboys. Here come the Colts pick, and the Chargers up in about 10 picks now. No, they took Jalen Farmer. They took Jalen Farmer. He was probably he was one of my top guys for this round. Now I'm kind of hitting the table for Bo Stevens here. Bo Stevens is going to be the next guy I'm looking at. Who's the next guard after that? I mean, Billy Strouth, but there's some question marks there. Jeremiah Wright, the Auburn guard, is the one after that, too. He is also a zone blocking guard. He grades okay. The Texas guard. Where are these guys projected? These guys are projected in the 5th. Pat Coogan was one I remember reading up on. He looks pretty good. The Texas A&M guard actually looked really good, too. Hang on, I remember him. Reed Adams. Reed Adams looks fine, too. But he's more of a run-blocking guard. Pat Coogan was the one where I was like, okay. Because he's more of a pass blocker, but he's also a pretty decent run blocker. So there's guards. There's actually one more center switch to guard that wouldn't be bad either, and that's Sam Hecht. And actually, Connor Liu got a lot of reps there too, if I remember correctly. Or actually, Connor Liu was more in practice. With the 114th pick, here come the Cowboys. Next pick. Devin Moore. The corner out of Florida. He's another one guy that I like. Chargers would have liked him too. He's got some question marks behind him as far as injury, but he's got that length and that speed that the Chargers like on the perimeter. I'm very interested to see where the Chargers go at DB in these rounds, dude. Very interested. Billy Strouth, Notre Dame. I gotta go because it was so late when I was looking this stuff up. What was the injury with Billy Strouth that everybody's worried about? Suffered a sprained MCL on his left knee in the October 19th game win against USC. I know there was something else before. He was injured in the second quarter, briefly returning, but ultimately left the game. Expected to miss yada yada yada. I'm not sure that's the one I was thinking of. But I think he's just got a kind of injury history. That's something that was kind of tagged along his name too. But I think that's a reason why he's fallen a little bit, and he was somebody that should have been taken a little earlier. A little injury asterisk next to his name. Elijah Surratt just selected the ex-receiver. Well, they got a couple of them. They got Elijah Surratt and Malachi Fields. That's going to be it. We traded up. We traded up. For real? We traded up. For real, we traded up. For real, we traded up. Hold up. Wait a minute. We did? We really did? Chargers traded number 123 and 204 to the Texans for 117. We just traded one of our 6th-round picks to move up with the Texans. Holy crap, who are we going for? Who are we going for? With some of the talent still on the board, I think corner. I think, especially if they just traded up after the Devin Moore pick. And then they traded up. Could they be going after Keontae Scott? Could they be going after Keith Abney? I think Keith Abney, Keontae Scott would be awesome picks here, dude. Who else do I like? Hang on, we're kind of on the spot here. They can go linebacker with Kyle Louise. They could go, we already got the wide receiver. They could obviously go guard. That's kind of where we should go, if I'm being honest. Ramsey, the USC safety. Who else do I like? We're already on the clock. This is insane. Rashawn Benny is still there, defensive tackle. That could be a great pick too. That's kind of where I'm at. Okay, I want one of the corners. Keontae Scott, my favorite slot corner, or Keith Abney. He's an awesome corner in the outside. Abney would be a great get here too, dude. I want one of those guys. I want Rashawn Benny. And I want one of the guards. That's where I'm at, okay? Corner, defensive tackle, guard. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with where the board's at right now. Here come the Buccaneers selection. I think the Bears doing this draft, I think they're doing just fine. Especially with the Thieneman pick of the round 1. Yeah, dude. With the way the board is right now, give me a corner. Give me offensive line or defensive line. That's where I'm at. Give me one of those 3 guys. Oh, the Bucks just took Keontae Scott. I think the Chargers may be going corner here. That's one of the guys I wanted at corner. Keontae Scott, amazing slot. But Keith Abney is right there. It would make sense that they would trade up with a run on corner happening right now. And Keith Abney would be an awesome get for the Chargers. Both these guys, Scott and Abney, great run defenders, very physical, exactly what the Chargers are looking for. Scott is a slot, Abney's an outside corner. And it would make sense that they go for the perimeter guy for the Chargers. We are on the clock, and I got to imagine that our pick is already in if we traded up already. So there's a little run on corner happening right now. That's where my gut is going with the pick here. But I would be happy with defensive tackle or offensive tackle here as well. Either a trench player or a corner here makes me happy. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. The Iowa guard. Yeah, Bo Stevens would be awesome, dude. I'd be so happy. And we're in commercial. Come on.
We're in commercial. So we gave up pick 204, which was worth 9 points to move up with the Texans all the way up to, where are we at now, 117? So yeah, that's a pretty even trade right there. Chargers got 1 point of value. So that's a pretty even trade right there, which means we're not going to be back on the clock until 1:31. What's the pick going to be? The pick is in. What's the pick going to be? Give me corner, give me trench guy. Give me corner, give me a trench player. And I'll be happy. Who else could they possibly be considering here? They could go with a swing tackle, maybe Isaiah World, the guy they brought in they could like. One of the tight ends could certainly be at play here. Michael Trigg, Justin Jolly, Jack Endries, Dylan Bentley from Utah. There could be, and again, with the way the tight ends were going, it could be anybody. I know Nowakowski from Indiana might be in consideration here as a blocking tight end. So that could be in consideration. If they want Mike Washington for whatever reason, or Emmett Johnson, those guys are still there, a running back. One of the safeties wouldn't be terrible. Edge depth, maybe? Joshua Josephs, Dennis Sutton would be interesting. Linebacker, Keyshawn Elliott, Kyle, is it Lewis or Louise out of Pittsburgh? The Oregon linebacker, maybe. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. They don't go back-to-back wide receiver, though, right? I don't think we're going to see Skylar Bell or Bryce Lance or any of those guys. Heck, double down with Deion Burks. Oh, they just announced it. They just saw it. They were in commercial when they announced it. Boo, I hate you, NFL Network. Come on. The pick is Travis Burke, tackle out of Memphis. We ended up going tackle out of Memphis. I'm going to go look at this guy real quick. He's versatile. He's a swing tackle, it looks like. Decent pass blocking swing tackle in zone. He struggles a bit in gap. Pretty good grades, I'm not going to lie. Pretty good grades. Chargers traded up to get, I guess, a swing tackle of the future. He's huge! 6'8", 6'9" just about. He's listed at 6'9", 300 pounds. Ho! Okay, dude, offensive line, I'm not going to be upset about that. I said I wanted corner or trench player, and we got ourselves the swing tackle. Did they announce him as a tackle? I would imagine they did. The guy is 6'9", dude. He's huge. I'm watching him right now. He looks good, dude. That's so funny that they said he looks like Joe Walt. He does. The poor man's Joe Walt. Okay, dude, I don't hate it, man. With the way that everything went down last year, give me more offensive linemen, dude. I like that a lot. Yeah. Back up. We got a swing tackle in consideration here. Obviously, we still have Trey Pipkins, who may be looked at as more as a swing guard now. I don't know. Here come the Lions pick. Dude, how do you guys feel about that? I'm going to bring him in here in just a second. Jimmy Rolder, the linebacker out of Michigan, be the next pick up at the Lions. But yeah, man, Travis Burke, welcome to the Chargers. Yeah, he graded pretty great, dude. He looks awesome. I mean, of course, he's in Memphis. But he looks awesome. Again, maybe struggles a little bit in that one aspect. But, I mean, my goodness, he looks good everywhere else. Allowed 3 sacks, 2 hits, 8 hurries. But he looks pretty good in zone blocking in terms of in run. That's good, dude. I like it. I'll tell you, it's 6'9", 315 pounds. Dude's a beast. Dude's huge. I will definitely take that. I'm not upset about that one bit. Let's go. Let's go. Chargers will be back up at pick 131. Hopefully we see somebody at guard, but I'll take it.
Mike MCD said Trey Pipkins, I banish you to the shadow realm. I'm doing backflips now. High voltage sign emoji. High voltage sign emoji. High voltage sign emoji. High voltage sign emoji. High voltage sign emoji.
He says I banish you to the shadow realm. Hey Pipkins, I activate my trap card. Swing tackled, chains of destiny. You'll be sent to the shadow realm. Kaiba. That's my man right there. That is my man right there. Hang on, guys. I gotta get me some energy. Hang on. All right. Hey, voltage sound. This stream is brought to you by The Backup. Little Jack Links and Ghost. Before you guys ask me in the chat too. Day 3, dudes. Before y'all ask me what flavor of Ghost this is, like a year and a half ago, I think. Yeah, about like a year and a half ago. My favorite flavor of Ghost finally hit Amazon, so I ordered a bunch of it. Like 3 packs each. And I think pack has like 6 drinks in it. And it took me a year and a half to drink it all, okay? So let's not go crazy. And one of them was this special edition. It's the Bubblicious flavor, okay? My absolute favorite flavor of Ghost. And this one's been sitting in my fridge for a while. Because it's the last one. This is the last one. Out of the dozens that I had in there for a year and a half, this is the last one. And I've been saving it for a special occasion. And that occasion is now. Cheers, Bull fam. That's the one. That is the one. Tonight, Dennis Sutton. The edge taken by the Packers. That's a good pick for them. Who did we miss while I was getting up and grabbing a drink? Wesley Williams, the edge, was the other selection. And now the Steelers on the clock. So we got 10 picks until the Chargers are back up. But I like that they went after an offensive lineman. I think I would feel even better if we could finally hit on guard. I don't know if there's any shot that our new tackle plays any guard for the Chargers. Travis Burke, if he plays any guard for the Chargers, but we need to get a guard. Who's been my favorite pick so far? Today, Brennan Thompson for sure, dude. Like he's probably gonna be my favorite pick on day 3, period. Like he's one of my guys, and we finally hit on a day 3 my guy for director, which makes me so happy. He's gonna be so fun. My favorite pick so far in the draft, though, is Mesidor. Like the fact that he fell to us was a miracle. Miracle. Bubblicious is the best close, hands down. Yeah. Somebody told me the white can kind of tastes like Bubblicious too, but like a lemonade version, which I'm like, eh.
It's good. Trey Pipkins moved to Cowboy. Thank you for the $2 holiday there, my man. SJ with the 5. Any good defensive tackles left? We're going to take in the 4th. Yeah. Defensive tackles that I like. Rashawn Benny's still sitting right there. Run defending defensive tackle. I don't know how to pronounce it, but Corleone, the Godfather. He's a smaller defensive tackle, but very, very good in pass rush. Zane Durant, I remember too, from Penn State. Looked pretty good. Very, very strong. One of the strongest prospects in the class. But he's a bit of a tweener. So they have to figure out, where he fits, but he could be a really, really good pass rusher from the interior. The thing is, too, that the Chargers are probably thinking, and this is kind of why I lean more towards another run defender, is because Akeem Messidor is going to play inside a lot. Mark my words on that. Like, he's going to be inside. If you graded him as an interior pass rusher, he would have been maybe the best in this class. The defensive tackle, in terms of run defense, I think I'm more on board. That's why I think Benny would be a good pick here. TCX Gaming with the 5 says, I remember the backlash fans were giving Ortiz for drafting Tarheeb and Hart back to back in the 5th. Since then, I've learned to trust the front office, especially in this range for Joe Ortiz, man. He really knows what he's doing in this range here. The Steelers just took Caden Wedgen, the Iowa wide receiver. Looks like he's a returner. Looks like he's a returner for the Steelers. $5 holla, thank you so much. And yeah, I will admit that I didn't know who Tarheeb Still was when we drafted him, but I definitely knew Cam Hart, and we were excited about him. But that duo, fantastic. And that's where I feel like Travis Burke, as soon as I saw him up on the screen, I was like, holy crap, but this guy looks huge. This guy looks like another Joe Alt. He's awesome. The Raiders just traded up, by the way. The Raiders just traded up. Raiders now on the clock at 122. $5 holla coming in from Bolt Beak. $5 holla says, Harbaugh and Ortiz confirmed last night that Jake will be pushed into guard or compete for it. Pipkins probably going to guard as well. Yeah, that's what I was thinking with that last pick. I was like, Pipkins actually has played a lot of guard for us. He probably gets kicked inside to like more of a swing guard. And then this guy that we just drafted, Burke, he'll probably end up being our swing tackle. And he looks great, dude. I'm not going to lie. Like, he looks awesome. Here's a little blurb on him. If you guys are looking for some reaffirmation from PFF, Burke offers rare size at tackle. He measures 6'9", 325 pounds. Dude, he's a monster. At the Combine, he showed significant improvement over his final seasons as he earned an 84.5 PFF grade with marks above 80 in both pass blocking and run blocking. He allowed just 13 pressures on 429 pass blocking snaps and recorded pass blocking grade above 70 in 9 of 11 games. That is a pretty promising prospect, dude. I'm not going to lie. I'm not an offensive line guy. If you want, actual, like, factual, experience-backed takes, the guy to ask is Steven from Guilty as Charged. He played tackle a long time and really understands the offensive line position. So I'm curious to see what his take would be on him. But just for me and my perspective, like, yeah, he looks great. He looks awesome. The rare size, the grading, it all looks good. It all looks great. Pip is even better at guard. I think Pip's best position is right tackle, but he's had some good games at guard. He's just Trey Pipkins to me. But yes, I think did Burks have snaps at guard? He had 18 snaps at left guard in 2024 and 4 snaps at right guard the same year. So limited experience, but some snaps. Limited, but some snaps, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Burke looks like a good player, dude. I'm pretty happy with that one. If we get our swing in the 4th round, their future swing past Trey Pipkins, I'm totally fine with that. And Trey, what's Trey Pipkins' new contract? Because Trey probably just got pushed to guard permanently. Let's see. He signed a 2-year deal. So it feels like the plan now is Trey Pipkins swing guard, which is fine, whatever. There's another VPN that has seen me work with ExpressVPN for so many years. They've been trying so hard to recruit me, and I'm like, no, dude. I've been using the same VPN for like 6 years. Forgot about Branson Taylor. Yeah. Get Farmer. Farmer went to the Colts. But there's still a couple of guards out there that I still do like. I again, at this point, I wouldn't mind getting Connor Lew or Sam Hecht as far as a guard prospect, but we already have that center guard hybrid, supposedly. Bo Stevens is the next guy I like a lot. Jagger Burton, again, another center, but he played a lot of guard. The Texas A&M guard looks really good. The Indiana guard looks really good. What about the Kansas guard? I did see the Cougs play Kansas. He looks fine. He looks well-rounded. Not particularly great at anything, but not particularly bad at anything. Alabama guard. Let me guess how big this guy is. 6'5". He looks fine, just not a good run blocker. Raiders just traded up for they took Mike Washington. They took Mike Washington to back up Ashton Genty. Mike Washington on his way to Vegas. Yeah, that's not good. Dude's big and fast. Connor Lew, 20, rather have him. Slaughter is so NFL ready. Because Connor Lew is good. Don't get me wrong. I would have been happy with Connor Lew as well in this round, in round 4. Jake Slaughter is the only guard, or the only center that I would have taken in round 3 or above. And considering we traded at the tail end of round 2, I'm totally fine with taking him there. But Jake Slaughter, dude, like, he is as pro-ready as any prospect that you can ask for on the offensive line here. And the one thing that really sets him apart, that I'm sure you guys are going to like hearing this, that really makes him a special prospect in terms of the center position among his teammates, is his control and IQ at the line. Like, that is one of the biggest things that was pushed forward from him as a prospect is the character and all that kind of stuff. But this guy has such a deep understanding and leadership and control of that line that he resembles in a lot of ways the same way that Corey Linsley took control of the line in terms of his leadership, understanding, and play calling from the line. He is awesome. I'll fix the chat. Wade Wood, as linebacker out of Clemson, just went to the Texans. So Jake Slaughter, dudes, he's gonna. And by the way, in the first season that the Chargers got Corey Linsley on that line and took all that off of Justin Herbert's plate, Herbert threw for 5,000 yards. He is absolutely awesome prospect. Absolutely awesome prospect. I think he's going to be the center of the future. And honestly, if I'm being truthful with you guys, like over the next year or two, Biadasz just has to watch out because that job is not secure. Jake Slaughter is going to be pretty incredible with this team, dude. Outlet with the $2 holla. Just tuned in. What's happened so far? The Chargers got Brennan Thompson, the fastest player in this draft, who ran a 4.26 at wide receiver. One of my guys. And they got Travis Burke, the tackle out of Memphis. He's like 6'20". He's 6'9", and looks really, really good as a swing going forward. So that probably pushed Trey Pipkins into guard at swing there. But yeah, there you go, man. So far, so good. I feel pretty good about those last two selections, especially good about Brennan Thompson, dude. That is so sick. Malik Muhammad, Texas corner, just off the board now to the Bears. Bears, yeah, somebody asked me earlier how I think of the Bears draft. Bears got some steals, dude. Dylan Thieneman in the first round at pick 25. Are you kidding me? They got Logan Jones, one of my favorite center prospects as well, but him and Jake Slaughter. I was surprised to see Logan Jones go before Jake Slaughter, if I'm being honest. But I don't know if you guys saw the clip I put yesterday of me talking about the centers and who I wanted. And I said for a second, I was like, I like Logan Jones a lot. He's like my next one, but my top center is absolutely Jake Slaughter, which is funny that Logan and Jake Slaughter were the first two off the board. You guys got Sam Roush, who's awesome. Xavier Thomas, who I think I was shocked to see him go that early, but I understand he's really fast. He's really good. Yeah, dude. Bears look good. Now they got themselves another good player there. So the Bills have two picks right now, 125 and 126. So let's see what this first pick is. Shields family with a $2 haul. If Jake can play guard, take Lou first over because over center before injury. You're saying take Connor Lou because he can play guard too? I guess you could, but I think you're probably best just taking an actual guard at this point. Bo Stevens is still on the board. I would be so happy with him. Billy Schrouth, if you're okay with the injury thing, but Billy Schrouth is actually awesome from what I was looking at. He's more of a pass blocker, but he could definitely run block as well. And he's also a pretty big guy, 6'4", 310. But both of those guys would be awesome. And there's other guards a little later down the board, too, that I'd be okay with. But I was really hoping for Farmer today, if I'm being honest. But, it's fine. We got two really good players. So it could have been worse. It could have been just two randos that looked bad and we're all scratching our heads. But the last two picks do make a lot of sense. We're just still kind of hoping for guards so all of us can put our guard down, and just enjoy the rest of the draft. Skylar Bell, the selection for the Bills. That's a pretty good freaking value on Skylar Bell, dude. 1,200 yards and 13 touchdowns last year. My word. Not the fastest guy in the world, but, man, he looks really good in the slot. Good for Josh Allen, man. 3.13 yards per route run is absurd. Yeah, Skylar Bell is going to look good out there. Good pick by the Bills. And they have another pick right now. They have a guy coming right back out. We're doing this again. Thank you for the $2 holiday, Shields family. The all-center draft. I'm about it. The wide receiver got so fast. Dude, you have no idea. Go watch his highlights. He's incredible. Did anybody catch the reaction of Steven from Guilty as Charged when we picked up Burke? Did he have any good things to say about him? He's definitely the offensive line guy in the Chargers community. Caleb Alarm Orr, the TCU linebacker. Okay. I like turtles. Joe Burrow. Yeah. How good is the receiver that we drafted? He's awesome, dude. He is awesome. If he was 1 inch taller, I think he goes in the third round. If he's 2 inches taller, I think he goes in the second round. He ran a 4.26, dude. He's incredible, and he's a good route runner. I liked Burks and him a lot. I liked Brennan Thompson more as a route runner and a big play guy. Both of them are big play guys. Burks has the better hands, and Thompson has the better route running. Burks was a little more built. Thompson is more fast. So they had their ups and downs on both of them. But I was honestly, I put it in my video last night and this morning. I would have been happy with either one, and we got Thompson, and he's awesome. He is awesome. Hard to bring down, even though he's small. Yeah, it's going to look a little different in the NFL. It is. It's going to look a little different. But the fact that he's so fast, not a lot of people are going to be able to catch him. He's going to be great, man. He's going to be great. So after the Bills' 2 picks, it is the Niners back up on the board. And the Chargers, 4 picks away. Good thing Herbert is 6'6", so you can see Thompson over the line. Yeah. Imagine if we had Drew Brees back there. With Joe Walt and Burke and all these giant offensive linemen we got in there. How big is Slaughter, too? Slaughter's pretty huge, too, right? He's like 6'5" or something. Slaughter is 6'4". Yeah, huge. He's big for a center. And that was a problem for some teams, unless you have a 6'6" quarterback in Justin Herbert. That's awesome. Love Breeze in all seriousness, yeah. Thompson's the new Tyreek Hill. I think that there's a better possibility of that actually happening with this team because we have Mike McDaniel. But he's not Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill, I think, is closer to Burke in terms of the way they play. Brennan Thompson can play a lot of what Tyreek Hill would do, though, in terms of the speed. Matter of fact, I wonder if there's any comps to him. He's stupid fast, dude. NFL comparison, Tank Dell is a really good one. And Marquise Hollywood Brown is a really good one, too. Hollywood Brown, Tank Dell, those are the kind of players you can model him after. And with the charge, imagine if Tank Dell or Hollywood were playing with Mike McDaniel. Like that's what you're talking about right there. My favorite comp is always Bleacher Report. Let's see who they comped him to. Shades of Tank Dell. Yeah, I was immediately when I saw Tank Dell, I was like, yeah, that's a really good comp right there. He's good. Yeah, dude, I love that. Absolutely love that. I wonder what Dan from Chargers Unleashed feels about him, because he was a huge Tank Dell fan. Huge Tank Dell fan. I have to imagine that Burks and Thompson were on his radar. Dan Wolkenstein from Chargers Unleashed. I'm sure he's happy about that one. Yeah, Dan was a huge Tank Dell guy. Huge. I was on the phone with him the day of the first pick, and I asked him who of that draft, and he was like, give me Tank Dell. And I was like, yep. Niners. Carver Willis. They listed him as a guard. Carver Willis. Guard out of Washington. Cool. Bengals on the board. Chargers 3 picks away.
We are at pick 128 of the Bengals. Brennan Thompson, wide receiver, and Travis Burke, tackle. I'm so excited about Brennan Thompson, dude. Let me see what Bleacher Report had to say about him earlier, too. Oh, I didn't even post about that. I love Brennan Thompson. Connor Lew to the Bengals. Good pick for them. Good pick for them. There we go. Sorry, thank you for bearing with me. I was make sure I got a tweet out about Brennan Thompson because everybody was like, "What do you think? What do you think?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course I love him. He was in my video this morning." Here come the Panthers pick at 129. Kevin with the $5 holla. I'm happy with the wide receiver, but I think we should get into our offensive line in our next pick. I like it. Do you think Slaughter could be the power left guard that we need, director? They announced him as guard, so that's obviously part of the plan, but I still want to draft a guard. I still want to draft a guard for sure. $5 holla. Thank you so much, my man. Oh, this guy announcing the Panthers pick. I think they're expecting, and he brought a tiny little Panthers jersey. He's like, we're doing this one together, even though she can't be here. That's really cute. And he's another German fan. Dude, lots of German NFL fans, dude. Will Lee, the Texas A&M corner. Good pick for them. Dude, what was crazy is that there was this one time, me and Mrs. Director, the day after a game, we wanted to go take the SoFi Stadium tour, and there's this part of the tour where you can go out on the field and throw the football around. They have these little targets and stuff, and you do some drills. And I had the time of my life, dude. And this guy comes up to me and says he watches the channel and he's cool, but him and his whole family were there from Germany, and I was like, wow. And then a couple months before that, I recalled we went to training camp, and there was a family that also came from Germany that were Chargers fans that were at this little meet and greet afterwards at a place called Rock and Brews. And I was just sitting here like, how many German Chargers fans are there, dude? There's a lot of German NFL fans out there. And I've at least met then there was another Chargers fan I met at a game that was very German. So I've at least met 3 separate occasion huge Chargers fans that were directly from Germany, live in Germany, just here for the game. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
Rock and Brew's the best, yeah. Military bases, yeah. From Switzerland here. Nice, dude, nice. And the Dolphins just took Trey Moore, the edge. They enlisted him as linebacker, the edge out of Texas. And this puts the Chargers on the clock now at pick 131. Here we go. Here we go. Chargers on the clock. Hello from Germany. Guten Tag. You want to know something crazy? On top of everything. Me and Mrs. Director one year for Christmas or something, we did, it was actually when my grandma was really sick before she passed away. She was really into like, genealogy, like your family history and all that kind of stuff. So we finally decided to do those little mail-in packages or whatever. And it turns out that I knew there was probably some in there, but like I am mostly German. Like I'm like 25% German. I was like, what? Here comes the Chargers pick. At 131, the Chargers select Genesis Smith, safety. Hey, I'll take that, dude. Another guy that we know. The Arizona safety. Yeah! This dude's awesome, man. This is a coverage safety right here. Yeah, dude. Arizona's secondary was crazy. Genesis Smith, man. I saw him play against the Cougs. Yeah, he was making some big plays against the Cougs, dude. I have firsthand experience on Genesis Smith. I'll say that right now. Like at the game. That is crazy. A 6'2" physical corner. And he's awesome in coverage too, man. What was his coverage grade? 87.9 coverage grade, 6'2", playmaker.
Let's get this party rocking.
Yeah, dude, that is a good pick by the Chargers, man. At least it's one that I know. I can't tell you if it's great or not, but I know that he was in consensus. He looks really good in terms of a lot of people. And I got to see. I know who the guy is. Finally, we're in the day 3 where we're hitting on players. 6'2", 204 pounds. Rare range, long strider as a center fielder. Single high safety playmaking instincts are stellar. I was looking here for his stats. Let me bring you guys with me. Excuse me. How rude of me. 5 interceptions. How many of them were just last year? He had the 1 pick. So over the course, he had the 1 season. Yeah, 3 interceptions. I remember 24. I was like, dang, dude. Did he pick us off in that game? Forced fumble. Yeah, I remember. I was at this game, dude. I was at this game. Oh, excuse me, you guys can't see. I was at this game, and I remember Genesis Smith did something that pissed me off, and there it is. It's the forced fumble. That is crazy, dude. Genesis Smith is now a Charger. 8 pass breakups. Score of 80. What's his testing over here? An RES of 90 or 9.76? I don't know what his 40 is, but he had 42.5 vert. Holy cow. 10.8 broad. That is insane, dude. Single high safety playmaking skills are stellar. He's not just a one-trick pony with his center fielder skills. He can sink, redirect, manage space, intermediate zones, as well as he's a rocket reacting, closing on the ball. Yeah, his reaction time is stupid. Like he'll die, and this is something I love about Jake Slaughter too. Their processing is so fast that in the case of Jake Slaughter, he's not like he is very athletic, but it's more of he doesn't waste any energy or movement getting to the ball or getting to the defender. In the terms of Genesis Smith, I think it's the same thing. You can say the same thing, that he doesn't waste any energy getting to the ball carrier. There's not any wasted movement or whatever. You know, he gets straight to the ball carrier, which is nice. Pure coverage defender, Smith is one of the best safeties in this class with coverage mobility.
Route vision, spatial reasoning, playmaking range. However, there's no skirting around the fact that he major work in progress and run support. Yeah, that's the one big thing with him. He is physical. He can be physical. But you're talking about a high safety, which is fine with me. You know, Elijah Molden can move around. And these guys, Mickens maybe, and of course Derwin, these guys can move around. But this is a high safety, a playmaking high safety. At least the size willingness to play downhill, but his pursuit angles, take on technique against blocks, and tackling are all poor and must improve as he makes the NFL leap. If you're comfortable with projecting off of his size and range, he's assuredly one of the early round investments with his elite coverage ability. On the back end, with rare single high utility and 2 high flex, Smith is steadying presence and a consistent turnover threat for quarterbacks who prove too bold. I love it, dude. This is, yes. Thank you. Thank you, football gods, for giving us picks that we know. That's fantastic, dude. That is fantastic. That is fantastic. What a freaking pick here, man. Let's get to the super chats as we're here with Action Dan, $10 holla. Let's get this party rocking. Membership matching challenge. I will match all gifted invites up to 100 from now on until a new Charger is named or a trade down. Hey! Action Dan, 20 memberships just the other day. Is back at it again here on day 3. Action Dan, thank you so much, man. He threw down the gauntlet for a membership, a gifted membership train, man. Thank you so much, dude. Let's go. Give Action Dan some love in the chat, baby. Let's go. Because we'll do it again later. Hey, yes, here we are. We got ourselves a good player here too, Action Dan. And Genesis Smith. Cannot be upset about that. Thank you so much, Action. One of the best supporters of this channel, dude. I really appreciate your presence here, man. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Outlet with the 5. Love that we're picking up guys that are athletes and scheme fits. Yeah, dude. The athletic profiles on these guys is insane. And Dinda with the 5. By the way, the Saints took Jeremiah Wright, the guard out of Auburn that we were talking about a minute ago. And the Ravens, I think, just traded up with the Niners for this next pick. Matthew Hibner, the tight end out of SMU. And Dita with the $5 holla. Any safety being groomed by Derwin is a bigger win. Even if they're already good, tackling can be fixed with coaching like drop balls. Yeah. And I promise you guys, Genesis Smith, the tackling, as far as I remember, his tackling was really good. I don't know how much they used him in run fits, but like he was awesome. He was really difficult. And he forced a fumble in the game that I saw him. It can be great, man. Joel with a $2 holla says, I think we go punter in the late rounds. I don't think so. But maybe. Did we trade up today? Yes, we traded up for the tackle, Travis Burke, who looks pretty good, man. He's huge. The Memphis tackle, 6'9", 300 plus pounds, 315 pounds. He is awesome. We got Genesis Smith, though, dude. Smith, intriguing size, athletic traits for a single high roll. Inconsistency, physicality, play strength limits his reliability. But, man, he's going to get out there. If the Chargers with R.J. Mickens saw some good play out of him, watch out for Genesis Smith, man. 6'2" playmaker in the Chargers secondary. I like that pick a lot. Yeah, 6'9". He's huge, dude. Yeah. Hugo still mad and the Ravens took Awane. You know what I heard yesterday, though? After the stream, I heard it from one of my Ravens buddies. I saw it all over online. They were pissed that we took Jake Slaughter. Which, of course, I was like, yeah, I mean, I guess I don't exactly know what their system looks like, but I was like, you guys probably want more of a power center anyway. But they wanted they wanted Jake Slaughter in the round 3. So take that. Take that, Ravens. So the Falcons are up on the clock now. The Chargers are at pick 145, and then it's going to be a long break until we get 2 picks in the 6th round. So we're actually coming up again soon, and then it'll be a long break with our last 2 picks. And then that would round it out for us. No picks for the Chargers in the 7th round unless we trade it up. Which we'll see where I'm at energy-wise by that time. Because if we have no more picks in the 7th round, we might dip a little early today. Falcons select Kendall Daniels out of Oklahoma. Bro Bike says, $5, I had to rush my daughter to ER last night. We're doing okay draft-wise? Dude, Burrell, I hope everything's okay, dude. That's always so freaking scary, dude. We had a couple scares like that last year. It's scary with the wife, but with the daughter, yeah, that's so scary, dude. I hope everything's good. As far as the draft is concerned, yes, we're doing pretty good today. We're doing pretty great, I'm not going to lie. If you need a little pick-me-up today, while you guys are recovering or whatever, yeah, today's been good. Brennan Thompson, the fastest wide receiver in the draft. Travis Burke, the monster tackle out of Memphis. And we just got Genesis Smith, the safety out of Arizona, who I will personally tell you looked. I've seen him a couple of times, and he's great. He's great. He's great. Good luck to you, man. Hope you and your daughter are good. Brusso with the 30 months. I hope we see more KLS this season. I think he'll strive in the new scheme. P.S. We need new name for our defense. Lots of turnovers. Bolt up. Big man, bolt up, dude. Thank you so much, man. 30 months. Brusso. Here come the pick for the Indianapolis Colts. Indianapolis Colts. The last 2 picks, Hibner, the tight end of the Ravens, and then Kendall Daniels, the safety. They listed as a linebacker from Oklahoma. And here comes the Colts pick. So I wasn't super familiar with Travis Burke, but man, were we familiar with Brennan Thompson and Genesis Smith, man. I'm very excited to see who they take in the 5th. That's the Chef Ortiz special. That's the chef's off menu special. Bryce Betcher, Oregon linebacker. There you go. Bryce Betcher, linebacker, Oregon, just taken by the Colts. How many picks till the Chargers? 10 picks until the Chargers are up. Says the stream is delayed? Really? Oh, the stream chat. Stream chat. Thank you. We're going to switch over to this one. See if that makes any difference. I don't know why that happens. It's the only place that I have problems is the draft every year. There we go. Thank you guys so much. Botcher's Betcher bet your butt. These guys, some people wanted the chat. Yeah, Oregon. A lot of Oregon Chargers fans. Justin Herbert brought a whole bunch of them over from Oregon in 2020, and they've remained loyal. How many picks do the Browns have? Dude, it gets ridiculous. After our pick in the 5th round, the Browns have 1, 2, 3, 4 picks between 146 and 152. They have 4 picks in that range. To be fair, I don't see any more picks from outside of 1 pick in the 7th round. Outside of that. But yeah, that's crazy. They have a ton of picks. Here come the Saints at 136. My draft grade so far, dude, all I can do is spitball you, okay? I'll give you guys a small spitball take of grades until I have a little bit more time to sort it out. But in the first round, Akeem Messidor, that's going to be an A for me, for sure. That is an A. It's awesome that he fell to us. It's awesome that we drafted him. Obviously, if we drafted a guard, it would have been a reach. It would have been Basantis. I think Akeem Messidor is one of the best outcomes you could have possibly asked for in the first round. That's an A. In the second round, Jake Slaughter at center. That one's a B for me. You can convince me of a B+, but I think that one's a B for me. You have to consider that Jake Slaughter plus 2 picks is what you're getting with that selection with the trade down, which is pretty cool. Of course, you're hoping for guard. That's where the iffiness comes in for me, is does he play center? Does he play guard? Either way, I think the center of the future is what I'm focused on, and that's what gets me excited, and that's why he gets the B grade. He is absolutely awesome. The only reason it's not higher is because we needed a guard. Pregnon and guys were there. It made it weird and complicated, but Jake Slaughter, the player, is awesome. And I don't want people to overlook that because we were looking at guard or other players or whatever. Like, Jake Slaughter is an excellent player to go into the future with. That pick's going to get a B for me. Brennan Thompson gets an A in round 4. The fastest player in the in the draft. Maybe even a B+, considering I kind of wanted Farmer a little bit more. But getting the fastest wide receiver in the class in this system is awesome. So it's a B+, A- for me. We'll say A- for Brennan Thompson. He's one of my guys. I can't give him a lower grade than that. I love Brennan Thompson. Travis Burke. We got ourselves a good swing tackle of the future. Here, give me 1 second. Our little director was worked up about something. He's good, though. He's good. Travis Burke, I wasn't as familiar with, but I'm still going to give it like a B. I think that the side grades look awesome. He's huge. He looks like the swing tackle of the future. I'm fine with it, but again, I was still looking for interior on the offensive line. But he looks good. Undeniably, he looks good, and we traded up to get him. So he looks great. And then Genesis Smith for me is an A too. One of those players rarely that I get to see in person before we draft. I don't go to a ton of college games. I go to like maybe 1 or 2 a year. Same thing with the NFL. I go to 1 NFL game a year because I really like the comfort of watching it in my home. But yeah, you got to go to the stadium every once in a while. You know what I mean? But Genesis Smith, I got to see a couple of times in person, or once in person at least. And he's great. That is an awesome pick in the 4th round, man. People are going to like him a lot. He's great. So right now, I think consensus, if you add everything together, it's got to be like an A-, right? B+, A-. It's a good draft so far. It's a good draft. If you take away the fact that we haven't gotten a true guard, it's pretty smashing, if I'm being honest. $5 holla from Kevin says, Director, you're awesome. Thank you for this. How do you feel about the draft class so far? Yeah, I hope that answered that. I feel pretty good. Again, I'm kind of still hoping for guard. Bo Stevens is still out there, right? That would make me so happy, dude. Let's just get Bo Stevens with our next pick and really round out that line and just have some fun with the last 2 picks in the 6th round. Bryce Lance just went to the Saints, dude. That Saints offense is looking insane. They got Jordan Tyson in the 1st round, Oscar Delp, one of my favorite players in the draft at tight end, and now they've got Bryce Lance, who has excellent X-receiver traits. Him and Jordan Tyson and Oscar Delp and Olave. Like, that is a ridiculous offense. They're looking good. Yeah, they're looking good. The freaking Jets destroyed me the other day too, man. In that 1st round especially. The Jets took Kenyon Sadiq, my favorite tight end, and Omar Cooper Jr., my favorite wide receiver. They took them to the land where careers die before they begin. But there's Bryce Lance, man. Trey Lance's brother. On his way to New Orleans to play with Tyler Shuck. Here comes the Cowboys now, the Cowboys. BT with the 2. I'm not going to be mad we added any offensive line depth, to be honest. Yeah. And that's where I was, too. I was like, it's offensive line. He's huge. I think he's going to end up being the swing of the future. And then I think Trey Pipkins got kicked inside with that pick. Saints had a great draft. Yeah, they did. Yes, they did. Pick is in for the Cowboys. Just 3 picks left in the 4th round before we're into the 5th round, where the Chargers hold pick number 145. Fabian, $5 holla. Bolt up, director. Thank you, like always, for the streams. Absolutely, dude. So happy to be here, man. This whole channel saved somebody's life. You know that? And it was my wife's. Who had to be the one who I talked her ear off every day about the Chargers. And bless her heart, she supported me. She nodded. She smiled. She hugged me. She gave me the responses I was looking for. But man, I'm sure she was so happy when I started the channel and was able to start putting that energy out into the universe. Yeah, dude. I'd be here regardless. I'm so happy that we have a platform now and that we have so many people to enjoy this with, dude. With me, it's awesome. Almost 2,000 people in the chat on day 3 is insane too, man. Thank you guys so much. Fabian, thank you, man. Yeah, my wife, she's awesome, dude. She humored me for years and years and years and years. I would literally wake her up like, babe. We just signed who was that wide receiver from the Broncos so long ago? Holiday. She's like, who? I'm like, you don't know him, but he's got... Hey, wake up. We got a new fullback, Jackie Battle. Oh, man. Babe, wake up. Chris Harris Jr. is a Charger. It's crazy. Drop the mic of $5 holla. What's up, Director Bo fam? Haven't gotten to see the draft long weekend. What I miss? No Pregno, Basantis, or Delp? Oh, the scouting for what? To be honest, dude, we've, at least from what my favorite guys have been, we've hit on almost all of them. Let me go take a look here at the Chargers one more time. To have all these ducks in a row. The one player that I was like, I don't really know him, but I'm about it, is Travis Burke. We took him in the 4th round, tackle out of Memphis, and he looks good, to be fair. He looks good. He looks good. He's 6'9", massive human being. He's good. But we got Heem Messidor, who fell to us in the 1st round. I lost my mind. He looks awesome. We got Jake Slaughter, who some people agree with, disagree with, whatever. It sounds like he may be playing guard for us. But again, I'm not quite sure on that. Don't take my word for it. But he's a great player. We got Brennan Thompson today, the fastest wide receiver in the draft. Ran a 4.26, smooth route runner, big playmaker. One of my favorite wide receivers in the draft. Him and Deion Burks were like this for me. And then we just got Genesis Smith, the safety out of Arizona, who I can tell you firsthand is a playmaker. I watched him force a fumble versus the BYU Cougars. He was playing all over the place. He's awesome. So, in short, it's been a pretty good draft. I hope that we hit on guard before the day's end, though. I'll say that. Slot with the $2 holla. Everyone give the stream a like, please. Hey, thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. 2,000 likes I will take for sure. Rusty Weathers with a $5 holla. My wife and I love your content. Keep it up. Hey, shout out to the Rusty Weathers. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Genesis looks sick. Yeah, dude, he looks awesome. 6'2", playmaker. They say that he has physicality and play strength limits, but I saw a pretty good player. I don't know. Maybe I didn't get to see the rest of Arizona's season, obviously, but he's a playmaker for sure. He'll be a high safety for the Chargers. LT Overton, edge, Alabama off the board too. The Cowboys. I heard some good things about him, but I'll be honest, I was like, at this point of the draft, we should have already taken an edge. So I didn't look into him as too much. The last edge I remember looking into thinking that, okay, I'd be fine with that, was denied Dennis Sutton. And with that, the Dolphins are on the clock at 1:38. Woke up from JC Jackson's still a beast. Shut up. Just watch Genesis Smith highlights while he can really hit. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, what I saw in person, the guy was a thumper, but they're saying on PFF and on PFSN that he's got some physicality problems. I was like, maybe I just saw his one great game. But I don't know, dude. We'll have to wait and see. All I know is that he looked great in coverage and that he forced a fumble on the Cougs. And he was just all over the place. Really quick processing, too. Really, really quick. We're getting big, fast, intelligent, athletic players on this team, dude. And that's, again, I'm going to keep pushing this forward with Jake Slaughter, man. Just go out there and watch. I think the Chargers put out, because it's really hard to find great center highlight footage or whatever, but the Chargers put out a highlight reel of Jake Slaughter yesterday, and just go look how fast he picks up and identifies blitzes and stuff like that. He is awesome. His processor is so fast, and he recognizes stunts. He recognizes formations. He's really quick on the fly. He's able to adjust, and that's something that really set Corey Linsley aside for the Chargers years ago. And I think that's why we had such a great passing season with Justin Herbert, is the ability of Corey Linsley to take control of that line and take that load off of Justin Herbert's plate, and it worked great. And I think Slaughter's going to be awesome. He's going to be awesome. Did we trade our 131 pick away? We traded 204 to move up. I think that's what ended up happening. We traded 131. We ended up picking Genesis Smith. And then we traded 123 and 204 to move up for Travis Burke. Kyle Luis, linebacker, Pittsburgh. That could definitely be considered a steal at this point of the draft. A little undersized, but he's well-rounded. Absolute with the $5 highlight. Go Chargers. Hello from Southeast San Diego. Diego! Much love, man. Thank you. Cougs? You in Utah, director? Dude, I thought it was so funny the first time I brushed shoulders with somebody at Vasa at my gym. And they were like, and I remember thinking there was this guy just staring at me from across the floor. I remember thinking, man, I really hope that he just recognizes me from the stream and it's not weird. And I remember running into somebody. I was at a farmer's market in Utah, and the guy did a double take, and he was like, "What are you?" I was like, "Holy, yes. I'm a BYU fan. I'm a Utah guy." And strangely enough, a lot of people ask me this. It doesn't matter, but I'll tell you anyway. Just because I'm a BYU fan and I live in Utah does not make me Mormon. No, I'm not Mormon. Yes, I like their football team a lot. And yes, I live in Utah. There you have it. Thompson, Burke, Smith. Yeah, dude, so far, day 3 is looking really, really good. Really, really good. Lee Hamilton, welcome to the crew. I was convinced you were Mormon. I love the Mormons. Don't get me wrong. I love Mormons. It is an awesome culture out here. Me personally, I'm not Mormon. Aaron Lawrence with the 2. Jake Slaughter will be learning from Hardwick. There you go. Yarmouty, though, yes. I have a rich history on my mother's side, Hispanic. On my dad's side, Samoan, or Maori, and German. Which, if you look into their history of like New Zealand and Germany and all that kind of stuff, it's interesting. Because I was like, yeah, okay, I guess I see it. Here come the Bengals pick at 140. Australian fan making the pick here. By the way, Ephesians Prysock, we looked up and we missed it. Prysock was the selection for the Niners in the 4th round. He was another guy that we liked a lot. He's off the board. Here come the Bengals pick. Director looks Hawaiian. Well, there you go. Is it just literally because I wear this thing? You guys are crazy. Kobe Young is going to be the pick for the Bengals. How do I feel about Genesis Smith? I saw him in person, man. He's awesome. He's great. Yeah, he's going to be a really good player for the Chargers. How do I feel about the running back from Navy? Heidenreich? He looks insane, dude. What is he going to be in the NFL? Is he going to be a slot receiver? I think he's going to be a receiving back, right? I'd be all over that. He's like the highest scoring player, producing offensive player in Navy history. Grew up Mormon in Idaho and Utah and converted. That's awesome, dude. Whatever, dudes. Andrew, trust me, it's not the first time I've heard that. I'm like, I don't know. I've never met one. Here come the Texans pick. Watching from Hawaii, aloha. Do we have a Discord? Want to stay connected to these bolts in Utah? I have a Discord. I haven't been in it in a while, but it's in the description. It's always in the description. Hey, Action Dan, $5 holla. Let's do this now. Membership matching challenge. I will match all gifted invites up to 100 from now on until the new Chargers are named or trade down. Let's go. Let's go, Action Dan. He's throwing down. He wants new members in the chat, baby. Let's go. Action Dan is a legend. Him and Sinful Hands, the legends of gifted subs. There are songs written about these guys. Legends and myths and stories told of many gifted subs. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, Action Dan. You heard the man. Kamari Ramsey, USC safety off the board now. Chargers already got there, so we're not sweating that too bad, but that's a good player. Big love, dude. Big love. Director, what tight end is available that we could draft? Tight end? Tight end. What tight ends do I like? So you got some receiving tight ends like Michael Trigg. He looks good. We probably want somebody more in terms of like balanced tight ends, right? Somebody that can block and can run. In that case, Justin Jolly's not a bad idea. He can be a contributor there. Jack Endries of the Longhorns, I think, is one of my favorite. That's probably the one I would go with. Dalen Bentley is one that I got to see a bit too. As far as I remember, he was a pretty good receiving tight end. How did he look in terms of blocking? He doesn't look bad in blocking too. The Utah tight end's not a bad idea either, man. He's big. 620 yards, 6 touchdowns. Yeah, he could be sick. So there's some good tight ends. Saint Razo with the 5 gifted memberships. Here we go. Here we go. The sub train has begun. Fernando Carmona, by the way, the guard just taken by the Titans. He's from Arkansas. 5 gifted subs from Saint Razo. Thank you so much, Saint, dude. 5 gifted memberships. We got CC Sick, Westside, Smokey, Kellick, and King D. Lloyd. Welcome to the members. Give your guys Saint Razo a pat on the back, a thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you so much, Razo. Much love, much love, much love. Thank you, man. Thank you. Welcome to the crew, Chargers fan from the 813. Thank you guys so much. That is awesome. If you guys are wondering what the heck is the point of being in the crew, status, right? You get to walk into the world with new confidence, have something to talk to your coworkers about. That and you get these pretty cool emotes that I made. These little emotes, these little emojis. Little bolt-up action, little H-bomb, little Chargers-themed emotes for YouTube. They're pretty fun. They're pretty fun, man. Thank you guys so much, dude. I appreciate that. Hope we get Bo from Iowa, right? Yeah. He would be awesome. I appreciate you so much, Saint. Thank you so much, dude. Saint is a legend in our fantasy football leagues. Every year, I'm like, let's do 5 million football drafts. And he's like in every one of them. Director, what game are you going to? We'll see. We'll see. The schedule's going to release here soon. It's going to release in the next, couple of weeks? Is it before or after? We'll see. It's always around my birthday. Does anybody know my birthday? Who are the OGs in here that remember me dropping this every year? And I'm like, hey, I was put on this earth with a purpose because I was born on this specific day. Yeah. The pick is in for the Cardinals, by the way. Round 5. And the Chargers are up here pretty soon, so we're going to have to start taking a look at some of these prospects in a second. May the 4th! May the 4th be with you! Yes! May 4th is my birthday. Big, huge, massive Star Wars fan my whole life. One day when I'm in junior high, somebody walks up to me, May the 4th be with you. I was like, what'd you say to me? What'd you say? It's Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you. No shot. You serious? Yeah, may the 4th be with you. Oh my goodness. And then it caught on the internet, and I was like, I was born on Star Wars Day. What are the odds? Give me a Dragon Ball themed schedule release. That'd be awesome. And hey, the social media team at the Chargers, man, do Star Wars one year, dude. That would make your guys so happy if you did Star Wars in the schedule release video. That'd make me so happy. Do Star Wars, man. Your birthday is May 27th. Hey, fun fact, dude. I'm pretty sure May 27th, 1977 was the original release date of Star Wars Episode 4. Back then, just titled Star Wars: A New Hope. Yeah. There you go. So you're kind of born on Star Wars Day, too. No, it was May 25th, excuse me. It was May 25th, 1977. I always get that mixed up because of 77. But you were close. You were close. May 4th. When's the next pick? It's coming up, dude. Let's get over here to the board real quick. Let's get over here to the board. Who do we have on the board and what needs are we looking at? So the Cardinals pick is in, which means the Panthers are on the clock. Who do we have out here that I still love? My guy Deion Burke's still out there. I don't even know what to think or how I would feel about taking both him and Brennan Thompson. But Keith Abney would be such a good get right now, man. Perimeter corner, great grades versus the run, too. I would go in this direction. If he's there at 145, it's got to be Keith Abney. If he's there, I definitely would not be upset if we went with Bo Stevens, though, man. Billy Shrouth, too. I looked into him. He's really good. Asterisks next to his name with the health, but he is awesome. Jagger Burton can play guard. If they get him, they would announce him as guard for sure. He played a lot of guard in his college career. I like the Texas A&M guy. I like the Indiana guy. There's a lot of interior defensive linemen that I'm still on board with. Tight end, you guys were asking about. Justin Jolly, Endries, and Bentley really pop off the page for me. What else do we need? We took the tackle. Corner. A lot of people like Chandler Rivers, too. Which I'm definitely not upset about. Maybe a little bit smaller, but he can be really, really awesome. Rated great in coverage. He's a run defender. Completion percentage is a little high. Other than that, though, man, I've heard a lot of people. I haven't had a chance to really look into him. 360 defensive snaps. 3,186 defensive snaps across 4 seasons at Duke. Allowed just 1 touchdown in coverage. Sub 85 passer rating when targeted for the 3rd straight year. Earned a 90.7 PFF grade. 24 before taking a step back in 25. Over the past 3 seasons, been flagged just 4 times while playing more than 70% snaps outside. Okay, so he's taking a crap ton of snaps. So that's where some of these stats are going to come from. Wowzers. Yeah, dude. That's insane. Okay, I see it. Kilgore's another one people really like. Kilgore out of South Carolina. Playmaker, nickel. People like him. Those are a couple of choices there. Defensive line, Rashawn Benny's right there. I like him a lot, too. Alabama defender, I remember being an okay guy, too. 73.7 run defense grade. Xavier Harris, somebody told me to look at him. Another run defender. 6'8", 330 pounds. He's huge. And then you got the Godfather here, who's 6'1", 335 pounds. Wow. That is nuts. The pick is in for the Panthers, by the way. The pick is in for the Panthers. Who did the Cardinals pick? I looked up and it wasn't there. Hang on. Who did the Cardinals pick? The Cardinals selected... Reggie Virgil, wide receiver, Texas Tech. And they say the pick is in for Carolina. But did Carolina just trade the pick? No. We're waiting on the Carolina pick. And then the Chargers will be up at 145. We are just about there. Who do you guys want in this pick? Who do you guys want? SA Crimes, welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for the ad, dude. Ryan Suter, welcome to the crew. Thank you so much, man. Welcome. And while we're in commercial break, the Panthers selected Sam Hecht, their new center. Did they end up getting that other guy back? I don't think they did, right? So that's a good pick for them. And the pick is now in for the Chargers, too. Get back from commercial. We were in commercial the last pick. Come on. Get back. Get back from commercial so we can see the announcement in person. I want to see who makes the announcement. The pick is in for the Chargers. The chat wants Jolly, the tight end. The chat wants Malik Muhammad's already off the board. Kilgore, or rushing defensive tackle. They want Harold Perkins. They want Burke. They want a tight end. They want defensive line. Who are we going to pick? You want the guard out of Iowa? Me too. Okay, I'm going to give you guys my top 3. I want Keith Abney. I want Bo Stevens, and I want Rashawn Benny. Those are the top 3 that I want. Nick Barrett's a sneaky good play, too. The South Carolina defensive lineman, yeah. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Here we go. Oh, that was the pick. Wait, that was the pick. We were in commercial. I hate you, NFL. But there you go, Nick Barrett. I had him written down in my notes here. Hang on. Look. Here are my notes of my day 3 guys. Nick Barrett, the pass rushing or defensive tackle. Right there. Ba-boom! How is this happening? I usually get like 3 day 3 people that I'm like vaguely familiar with. I'm like, okay, cool, yeah. And then everybody else, I'm like, who are you people? Nick Barrett is sneaky good, dude. They went defensive tackle, and they went with a pretty good one, man. Nick Barrett, South Carolina defensive tackle. This is again, it says right here the run defensive grade is pretty good here, but he can also pass rush pretty decent. You got 2 sacks last season in South Carolina, 6 hurries from the interior, but also really good versus the run. 6'3", 332 pounds. Yeah, this is a guy that we had pegged as a decent pick in the third day, excuse me. I like it, dude. That is pretty sick. Yeah, I like it. Defensive line, definitely the move there. They got a run defender that can also pass rush a bit. Got some depth there. I definitely don't hate it. Let's see if we can find you guys some information on him. I just remember thinking I was watching a whole bunch of YouTube videos and thinking that, and I wrote down his name like somebody that might not be a bad pick in day 3. Full prospect profile right here. First thing I like to look at all the time, too. RAS, I guess it doesn't really matter. From defensive tackle. Here we go, Nick Barrett. Mid to late round nose tackle prospect who stands as one of the more intriguing value acquisitions in 2026. In the transfer portal era, Barrett was a rare 3-star power conference recruit who stayed with his original school for his entire 5-year career. Barrett was primarily a special teams and depth player from 21 to 23 and missed all but 5 games in 24 due to injury. But in 25, Barrett embarked on a late career breakout, amassing 42 tackles, 6 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, a fumble recovery touchdown. Along the way, he achieved a solid 77.4 PFSN defensive tackle impact grade and allowed just 1.86 yards per run stop per True Media. At 6'3", 312 pounds with 33 and 3/8-inch arms and 10-inch hands, Barrett is an imposing, thickly built interior defender with high hips and modest hip stiffness, but also the combined linear explosion and heavy hands to preset some measured utility as a pass rushing threat. That is what I noticed when I was watching him. I was like, he looks pretty decent as a pass rusher from the interior, which is kind of hard to find in the later rounds. He has elite motor and functional first step to provide measured juice as a pass rusher, but his prime function in the NFL rotation will be as a tree stump on early downs. With explosive hands and combative disposition to control interior gaps early and muddy opposing looks, with his violent extension ability and elite stacking strength, he can slab, control, and shed solo blocks as a one-gapper, and his thick, powerful lower body enables him to reset the point, acquire leverage, and root against double teams and combo blocks. Resembling a more explosive Derek Noddy, Barrett has the tools to be a quality rotational presence with clear value at the fulcrum. That sounds awesome to me. I feel pretty good about that, baby. Defensive tackle. I hate that we were in commercial again. But we got ourselves a good defensive tackle. Let's go. Twisted with the 5. Why are they always running commercials during our picks? It's so annoying. I know, dude. That ticks me off. I was waiting for the announcement. Oh. Defensive tackle, though, man. I think that was one of the positions we were hoping to hit on. And Nick Barrett, weirdly, another player we had written down. I like it, dude. I like it. You guys want to see the rest of my notes, too, just before we get started here? That is awesome. Nick Barrett, welcome to the Chargers. What's his height and weight? Again, I think he's 6'3" and 312 pounds. That's what he had listed on PFSN. What was he listed on in here? On PFF, he was listed at 6'3", 322. So somewhere in that range is where he's at. That's a good size. He's got some pass rushing upside, but looks like more of an early down back He looks great. Oh my God. No way Action Dan just dropped 50 memberships in the chat. No way Action Dan just dropped 50 memberships in the chat. No way Action Dan just threw down 50 memberships. There's no freaking way, dude. Action Dan, the legend, just dropped 50 memberships on the chat in day 3. Are you kidding me, dude? Oh my God. Action Dan. Thank you, dude. I can't even begin. Hermdogger, Jake, Nick 255, Jake Stubbs, Charles N. Charger, Danger Closed, Snipe, James Choi, Chodix, Brian Walker, Luis Ramos, Jason Brock, Natural. There's so many, dude. Welcome to the crew. My word. My word. Thank you. The guy, what's director saying? Action Dan just dropped 50 memberships in the chat, dude. You guys realize that each membership is $5 at the least, right? Each membership is $5. That's like a $250 super chat right there, dude. That is insane. Dude, thank you. Guys, give him some freaking love in the chat, dude. Let's see some bolt-ups in the chat for our guy Action Dan, man. Oh my God. Welcome to the crew, dude. Welcome to the crew. That is absolutely insane. That is absolutely insane, man. Guys, use those new custom emotes, everybody. Get those custom emotes in there. Let's see some bolt-ups in the chat with those new custom emotes from the 50 new members. I can't even believe that, man. Thank you so much for the support, dude. Year in and year out. Every stream, every game, Action Dan is here throwing down, dude. That is absurd, man. Thank you so much. That is ridiculous. Legend. Absolute legend. Took the words right out of my mouth, dude. Absolutely freaking legendary. I'm going to never forget that Nick Barrett pick, that's for sure. That's crazy, dude. Big love for Action Dan, man. While we were in the euphoria of the Action Dan 50 burger, we got the center Parker Brailsford going to the Browns and Joshua Josephs, the edge, going to the Washington Commanders. Here come the Seahawks at 148. That is insane, dude. Hey, man. Don't have a whole lot of space to lights out in here, but that's what you'll get. That's what you'll get, dude. Oh my goodness, man. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Dan. That is absolute legend. Absolute legend. Absolute legend, dude. George Contreras with the $2 holla. 2 picks left, picking up guard next, right? Hopefully. But we got a ways until our next pick, man. You put your feet up, you relax. Unless the Chargers trade up, we're at pick 148 now. Chargers are not up again until 202. So we got a ways to go. We got a ways to go, man. What a legend, dude. Action Dan. 50 burger. Insane. Insane. That made my freaking day, dude. Richie with another 5 memberships, man. Thank you so much, everybody. Y'all are legends. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Israel, Riptide, Martin, welcome to the crew. Dylan, welcome to the crew. Thank you guys so much. Y'all are awesome. Absolute legends in here. Action Dan, dude. What the heck? What the freaking heck, dude? Thank you. Ripsky with the $5 holla. Been watching since 2022. Love the 4 years, dude. Favorite Chargers YouTuber. Keep up the great work. Hey, thank you so much, Ripsky. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, thank you. Make a Spotify podcast? I'll think about it. I did podcasts for a long time. Oh, the Seahawks just took Bo Stevens. That's okay. We're going to be a long ways before our next pick, so 90% of the guys we know are going to be gone by the time we pick again. Thank you guys, dude. Hugo, I think you make a really good point, dude. I think Hugo just made a really good freaking point. No obligation, but we got to give Action Dan the legendary sword and shield of the mods. As a legendary member of the crew, welcome to the mods. Our guy Action Dan. With great power comes great responsibility, but no obligation. Thank you so much, Action Dan. You're the freaking man, dude. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much, man. David. Linebacker Justin Jefferson off the board to the Browns, by the way. Justin Jefferson. Welcome to the Browns. Can you imagine hearing that in any other context? David Baza with the $5 holla. My girlfriend, you haven't been paying attention to me since yesterday. Me, the draft babe, the director, told her, babe, y'all go before the director goes. You'll go before the director goes, yeah. That might be the first time anybody has complimented me in that particular fashion. I'll take it. I'll take it, David. Big love, man. Oh my God, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, dude? Oh my God. Day 3 of the NFL draft just turned into one of the most insane streams I've ever had. Thanks to our guy Action Dan. And I'll mind you guys, this is not the first time we've seen Action Dan go completely crazy. This is us in the preseason. This guy in the regular season's also going nuts. Dude just dropped another 50 burger on the chat for you guys, dude. Are you freaking scared? The Key Wheatley to the Carolina Panthers. Oh my goodness. King Deloitte says a 55 bomb. I literally am speechless, Action Dan. Thank you so much, dude. Yeah, Action Dan is now the mascot of the Director Chargers. That is so awesome, dude. Oh my goodness. It's moving quick here too, man. Dalton Johnson to the Raiders. Justin Jolly to the Broncos. I can't quite see who the Dolphins just took. Action Dan, the freaking legend, my dude. Thank you so much, dude. Wow. Absolute freaking legend. Thank you, dude. Everybody give him a pat on the back, a thank you and a hello. All the new members, dude. We had like 1,000, 1,500 people in here. And like 10% of my chat at least now are members because of Action Dan, man. That's absolutely insane, man. Congrats and welcome to all the new members, dude. Be sure to thank your local Dan for the gifted memberships, man. That's absolutely insane. Jagger Burton, the center guard, going to the Packers at 153. Wowzers, dude. That 100 memberships in the last like 10 seconds is insane. Matthew Dahl throwing one at Richie as well, dude. That's crazy that it landed on Richie as well, guys. Thank you guys so freaking much. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, dude. The pick is in now for the San Francisco 49ers at 154. Absolutely unbelievable. Thank you. Dan the man, now the mod. In the chat, dropping greatness, dude. Unbelievable. He says, congrats to all the new members, man. Hey! Drop those lightning bolts in the chat, dude. May the force is strong with this one, man. Drop those lightning bolts in. Action Dan, dude. We have 100 new members in here, dude. Hit those. If you go to the emotes button, you'll see a list of custom emojis in there. Hit something with the lightning bolt for our guy Action Dan, dude. 100 gifted memberships is absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. You rock, dude. Much love, dude. Much huge love to Action Dan the stream, man. That goes a long way for me, man. It's been a crazy journey here on YouTube, and just seeing anybody with that kind of support just really does move me, dude. Thank you so much. There was a confusion. So the Dolphins traded with the Carolina Panthers. They took Wheatley. That's right. And then Justin Jolly went to the Broncos, which, unfortunately, a player I did like. And here come the Niners. Guys, thank you so much. Carly with the $2 holla. Thanks for the gifted membership to Richie. Hey! Big love, dude. Big love. Look at all those lightning bolts in the chat now, man. They had the Dumb and Dumber high five. Thank you guys so much. Y'all are absolute legends. Schneider with the 5 gifted memberships too, man. Thank you so much, dudes. Absolutely unnecessary. You guys absolutely rock, man. Schneider. Michael with the 5 gifted subs. Johnny Blaze. Fate. Erps. King. Welcome to the crew. Absolutely unbelievable. What goats in here today, dude? What freaking goats? You guys are hyping me up, and I'm going to put all of them in here now. The H-bomb, the Kyoto. It'd be everything but the big dumb. We reserve that for Brandon Staley comments. Y'all are absolute legends, dude. Guys, thank you so much. When's our next pick? We are all the way down at 202, so get comfortable. It's going to be a minute before the Chargers select again. By that time, I think everybody we know is going to be gone. But, dude, we have had a really good draft so far. Both in real life and in the chat. It's been an unbelievable, legendary day for the gifted memberships, man. That is so sick. That is so sick. Zolian, welcome to the crew. Welcome to the crew. Big love, guys. Thank you so much. Danny's his own emoji. Yeah, it'll be like a $1 bill with a lightning bolt in the middle. I might even do it. I might even make that for whenever we have a crazy run like this, because that is absolutely absurd. That is absolutely absurd. Who will be the starters at wide receiver, director? Obviously, you've got McConkey, QJ. Keenan is still up in the air. We don't know where he's at. Trey Harris, KLS, DD, and now Brennan Thompson. That's who we got at wide receiver. My goodness, man. Let's go take a look. Well, we have a lot of time here, man. Let's go take a look at the Chargers draft as we continue to monitor what's going on up there. DeMonte Capehart out of Clemson going to the Buccaneers. Oh, we're going to grab that one here, too. That's a wholesome comment. Hyperman, $2 holla. This is the best community. I love you all. Big love to you guys, too, man. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. Let's get over here to PFF one more time and take a look at the Chargers draft haul as sponsored by Action Dan. This ghost sip is brought to you by Action Dan. This hat adjustment brought to you by Action Dan. Y'all are crazy, man. Thank you so much. And then Richie sent another membership to our guy. Grin, welcome to the crew too, man. Thank you so much, Richie. Thank you so much, Richie. Here we go. The Chargers draft haul. I'll be honest, man, looks pretty sick. Okay, it looks pretty sick. Akeem Messidor falls to the Chargers at 22. We're losing our minds. We're getting excited. We didn't know what was going to happen with the way the draft is shaken out at that point. And we end up with one of the most pro-ready, plug-and-play edge defenders, players, period, in the draft. Round 2, maybe the most controversial pick of the day, of the weekend, Jake Slaughter. The center of the future / guard. We don't know yet. We don't know what the complete plan is for Jake Slaughter, but he looks fantastic as a prospect. I hate all the background noise around this selection. Director, it's in the second round. Yeah, but we traded down. Director, but we needed a guard. I guess he'll play guard. That one I'll give you guys. Director, we needed Pregnon. Yeah, that one was pretty confusing too. Okay, all the background noise around Jake Slaughter, that kind of sucks because it's a good freaking player, dude. He's a good player coming into a team that is going to very much so appreciate his specific service to the offensive line, the center of the future, and who knows what he'll be for the Chargers in the immediate future. There's a lot of talk about him moving to guard. I found a lot of evidence to suggest that he can pull that off. I think Jake Slaughter, good pick. I hate the background noise. I hope it doesn't distract too much from the quality of player that we got. Someone who's very intelligent, can take control of the offensive line. Extremely quick processor. Picks up stunts. understands what the defense is throwing at him, makes adjustments on the fly, leads the unit, takes it off the quarterback's plate. Everything you're looking for in a future center is right there at pick 63. Absolutely love it. No pick in round 3, but the trade down afforded us, the pair of trade downs afforded us a crap ton of day 3 picks, starting with Brennan Thompson, the fastest receiver in the draft. How about that? 4.26 in the Mike McDaniel offense. We got ourselves a crazy prospect in the Mike McDaniel offense that could turn out to be one of the most exciting weapons on the offense this upcoming season. And one of the biggest things that I always touted about him and Deion Burks, who's still on the board, is that they are more than just the speed. There's a difference between the two of them. Brennan Thompson, strengths in route running, in separation. Deion Burks, points in hands and physicality. But both of them excellent in terms of the speed. Brennan Thompson has an edge on him in the speed. We'll say that. Thompson's absolutely fantastic. Super exciting way to kick off day 3. Chargers then trade up for Travis Burke, tackle out of Memphis, looking like the swing tackle of the future. Looks absolutely awesome. 6'9", 315 pounds, graded excellent in Memphis in both pass and run blocking. Really improved over his final few seasons, like they're saying here. Absolutely awesome. Offensive line seeing some love. That's what we needed to see. Genesis Smith, the next pick. Wow, dude. I got to see this guy in person. Playmaker. They say he has, again, physicality and play strength limits, but I saw some crazy plays from him in person. I don't know, again, how that's going to translate to the NFL. But one thing I know for sure is that he's an excellent high safety. He's going to be very, very fun. Playmaker, 6'2", very fast. He's going to be great. And our most recent pick now in round 5, another player that weirdly, again, had written down. And I'm going to show you guys my list here in a second. Nick Barrett. Let's read what the PFF article has to say about him. Barrett stepped into a larger role in 25, logging 507 snaps, earning a 76.2 overall grade, 82.9 run defense grade, 254 run snaps. He totaled 31 solo tackles, 25 defensive stops, including 9 tackles for loss or for no gain. His pass rush output remained limited, but with just 9 pressures on 250 rush snaps. At 6'2", 312 pounds, he wins with his size, strength, anchor, and occupies blocks. Though he offers little penetration or disruptor as a rusher, which is weird because that's what I wrote down. I was like, I saw him as somebody that can get to the quarterback a little bit better as a run stopper. The profile fits rotational nose tackle, can control the interior and handle early downs. Love it. Absolutely love it. We take it. Let's go see the updates real quick. I'm very much so happy with this draft so far. I'm very happy with this draft so far. I would love to see, and there goes Keith Abney to the Lions. I would love to see a little bit more in terms of interior, from the guard position specifically, but it could be a lot worse. Let's catch up really quick in this fast-moving round 5. Jaden Duggar, linebacker out of Louisiana, going to the Niners. DeMonte Capehart to the Bucks. George Gums Jr., the edge out of Florida. Before, oh my God, what was his name again? Tyreek Sapp, which is interesting. There's no relation to Warren Sapp there, is there? And Keith Abney. Steal of a corner to the Lions here at 57. Here come the pick is in now for the Vikings. So I'll have to wait and see what the I'm always waiting on the Dolphins pick. I'm like, what was the Dolphins again? What was the Dolphins again? What was the Dolphins again? Will Genesis Smith take Mickens' spot? No, I think Mickens is probably going to play more in that box safety role, maybe a high safety as well too, like him and Derwin James. Genesis, I can see more in that slot with Molden and those guys. Jefferson too. Allen with the $2 holla. Do we have a comp for Barrett and Smith? Okay, let me see what I can find for you guys. It's going to be somebody fun. because he's 6'2" and fast. Bleacher Report has his comp at Daquan Brisker. And Juan Thornhill are going to be the comps for Genesis Smith. And Nick Barrett Devon Hamilton of the Jaguars. Okay. Those are your comps. John, hello from Utah. Ahoy. Guard and corner to close it out. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be upset about that. Definitely would not be upset about that. Billy Shrouth, the guard, goes to the Buccaneers. We're in the weeds now, boys. Michael Taffy, the safety, going to the Miami Dolphins. I'm going to go ahead and guess that Chad. Every time we cut away is when it's like, oh, bye. There we go. Thank you so much, Alan. So the Steelers just traded with the Chiefs, and the Chiefs pick is in. The Vikings went with Max Bredesen, the Michigan tight end. And here come now Billy Shrouth, by the way, going to the Buccaneers. And now here come the Chiefs at 161 who traded up. Who's still on the board for them? Please don't take Deion Burks. Please don't do that to me. Please don't take Deion Burks. Don't do that. I'm going to be kind of upset if that happens. Don't take Deion Burks. Who else would they take? Well, who else do the Chiefs need? Don't do that. We'll see who the pick is for the Chiefs, but please don't take Burks. That would make me very sad. The pick is in for the Chiefs. That would legitimately make me upset. Because I love Thompson and Burks as the speedsters of the draft. I would hate to see Burks and Patrick Mahomes, if I'm being honest. I'm sure they hate seeing Justin Herbert and Brennan Thompson, too. Pick is in. They would need a safety. Hey, their DBs definitely needed some work. I'm looking at the Nick Barrett stuff right now, man. Yeah, he looks great. These are some of the same clips I was looking at before, but it's cool to see it from this new perspective. I wish I could show you guys so badly. One day, I hope they loosen it up a little bit, that we don't get slapped every time we're looking at stuff together as a community. I think here's a little clip, though, of Coach. A little clip of Coach on the phone and on the FaceTime with what I'm assuming is Nick Barrett. There you go. We're in commercial. Waiting for the Chiefs pick. I'm holding my breath, hoping that it's not Deion Burks. They took Emmett Johnson. The running back out of Nebraska, which is still a good pick for them. That's one of those late-round running backs that look pretty solid. Emmett Johnson, probably one of the last running backs I would say was like pretty noteworthy in my opinion. Seth McGowan's a maybe. Jaden Ott could see a bounce back. And then however you view Eli Heidenreich. But yeah, Emmett Johnson's a good pick for them. Emmett Johnson. As long as it wasn't Burks, one of my guys. But I knew of Emmett Johnson, which I guess bums me out a little bit, but he's good. On the clock now are the Ravens. Yeah, few is right. Few. Few! They haven't even announced it on ESPN. That's hilarious. Yeah, Emmett Johnson. Some receiving upside there at running back for the Chiefs. And I can't wait to get some freaking food in me after this, dude. Do you think there's any chance in heck that the Chargers trade back into the 7th round? Because I'm not going to lie. On day 3, it would be awesome to hang it up and go get some food, especially after the late start we got today. I was like, oh my gosh, I was so rushed. I was up way too late researching Jake Slaughter. Ruben Bain mentioned that hat, not even looking at the beer. I saw that clip yesterday, too. It was so funny. He just walked straight into work, dude. He clocked in going into the NFL. So they traded up for Emmett Johnson. Good for the Chiefs, I guess. Here come the Ravens pick. Chiefs haven't even been announced yet. It's crazy. You wouldn't mind Inez Cooper, guard from Miami? Cooper, where are you? There he is. 6'6", 350 pounds. That checks some boxes for the Chargers. Better pass blocker than run blocker. Better gap guy than zone guy. But I wouldn't hate it. Maybe not the best scheme fit, but he's a good pass blocker. That counts for something. Let's take a look at some of these. You guys want to come with me? Come with me on a journey to look for a late round guard. DJ Campbell. Pass blocker. Zone grade looks good. We might have got something here, babe. We got 321 pounds, 6'3". We might have something here. That could be a scheme fit right there. The Texas A&M guy, remember we liked him. 6'5", 325. Also a scheme fit. Needs some work in pass blocking. Coogan's one that everybody liked. You guys were pushing him on me early. 6'5", 311. Good pass blocker. He's pretty even on terms of the blocking there. Yeah, this is probably one of my favorite right now. Pat Coogan. Hey! $20 super chat.
Fan/director, what letter grade would you give this draft so far? I'll give it a solid B.
Yeah, no, I like it. I'd give it a B+, A-. That's where I'm at right now. B+ seems really, really good. A- because a lot of these guys, dude, I'm familiar with, and I feel like they're good consensus picks. Just let's be honest, that's what every YouTuber and every person goes through a lot of the times. You don't have time to, analyze everything. I'm not an analyst in any way, given shape or form. You want stuff like that, you go to the guilty as charged guys. But I like to follow the nose of consensus. I had to go poke around and see guys that kind of, pop out to me. And honestly, every single pick outside of Burke, which turned out to look really good too, seems like a hit. I was a huge Jake Slaughter fan even before the fact. He's awesome. Mesidor, I felt like was a huge get in the first round. Brennan Thompson was my guy. Genesis Smith, I loved. Nick Barrett was somebody I actually wrote down. Oh, I forgot to show you guys. Hang on. Before we get too far into it. Here are my day 2 notes. Hang on. How do we get this to look a little bigger? There we go. Who's still out there? Proctor's gone. There's Nick Barrett. Onyedam's gone. Burks is still there. Barham's gone. Jack Kelly would be a good linebacker. Bejan's gone. Jeff Caldwell. Although we already have wide receivers taken care of. Heidenreich's there. Charles Demings, cornerback. Kobe Thomas got taken early. But there you go. So there's only a few guys left on my list of people that I actually know. So we'll have to wait and see if any of them actually get taken. But those are my guys. But yeah, dude, to answer your question, absolutely. B+. By the way, just as I was putting up the freaking notes, Demings is taken by the Vikings. That is hilarious. My tight end prospects were already taken. Oscar Delp was probably the biggest one. Obviously, Sadiq. But there are some pretty good ones still here at the late end. Since I looked into it yesterday, I really like Jack Endries a lot. Dalen Bentley out of Utah. I kind of knew of him before, and I'm looking more into it. I do like him a lot, too. Riley Nowakowski is also not a bad one if you want a run blocker. What about the Cincinnati guys? Those Cincinnati guys are always really fast. Is he a receiving tight end? He is a receiving tight end. We want somebody kind of more balanced. We want somebody with a decent run blocking grade, as well as some receiving chops. Crimson Tide tight end doesn't look terrible. Anyway. Before it gets too far away from me, thank you so much. Daniel Fernandez, $20 holla and big love. Give him some love in the chat. Big love. I lost my train of thought from before, though. What we're looking at. Oh, yeah, getting some breakfast and hanging them up a little bit early. Oh, Chandler Rivers and Charles Demings went to the, Chandler Rivers went to the Ravens and Demings went to the Vikings. Here comes the Jaguars pick. Here come the Jaguars pick. And that's right, we were looking at guards. What about the Georgia guard? You're okay. Kentucky? No. Ohio State, come on. Big dude. Yikes, nope. Not that one. But yeah, if you guys are looking for guards still, DJ Campbell looks really good. Armaj Reed Adams out of Texas A&M looks fine. Pat Coogan's kind of the favorite for me right now. Oh, we didn't look at Kansas. Kansas looks fine too. Pretty even. But yeah, Pat Coogan. He's a center that played a lot of guard. He looks good. If you want like a true guard, DJ Campbell is probably the one we're looking at first. DJ Campbell and Reed Adams. If you want a true guard. Going to be guys available after the draft and after June 1st to help. Yeah, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that too. The undrafted free agents. Oh, there goes the Jags with the other tight end, Tanner Kozioil. He's the receiving tight end. He looks a lot like, to me, like Donald Parham. Just a big guy. Huge. Coogan won MVP in that bowl game. Oh, is that right? That's awesome. That is awesome. Should end your live after our 6th round pick. Yeah, I'm thinking I might do that. We might wind it down after our 6th round picks are up because I don't see us trading back into the 7th round I don't want to give up anything next year. So we might wind it down a little bit after that 6-round selection. And if anything else happens, I'll be on Twitter. But hey, we got a ways to go before our next pick anyway. We're kind of just vibing until pick 202 for the Chargers. You want a tight end, maybe corner? Yeah. Of the remaining players, of course, guard is still there for us. But of the remaining players, which, by the way, Titans are now, pick is in after being on the clock. Favorite players still on the board. Rashawn Benny. Keyshawn Elliott could sneakily be a good pick here, too. We do need linebacker. Deion Burks is still there, which bums me out. Be one of my guys not viewed the same way by the league, but Brennan Thompson was, so I'll take that. Tyree Wilson was just traded to the Saints from the Raiders. They gave up a 5th-round pick for him. Okay. D. Sarge says, $2 holla. Who should the Chargers trade for after the draft? Everybody's going to say A.J. Brown. I guess you have to keep that on the table, even though we're already kind of busting at the seams when it comes to our wide receivers. You could probably convince me of another trench player, but at this point, it feels like we're kind of good to go. Yeah. Let's see. Where were we over here? Elliott. We already took the defensive lineman. We could continue. I have Anthony. I thought I had Anthony Lucas written down somewhere too. Where is he on my list here? Did I delete it? I may have deleted it after we already picked up Mesidor. But he was on my list at one point. He looks good. The Trojan. I remember writing down C.J. Daniels. We already have a wide receiver. He's a great blocker. Let's see. Who else? Where's he listed, though? Is he listed at fullback on here? Heidenreich? Yeah, he is. Heidenreich, one of the highest producing receivers in Navy history. 941 through the air, 500 on the ground, 3 touchdowns. He just looked crazy, man. He looked awesome. He would be kind of fun. The Utah tight end could be fun. Jack Endries could be fun. I don't know. Yeah, we just kind of have to wait and see. We're kind of waiting and seeing. We're all kind of just sitting around waiting for 202 to get a little closer. Waiting for 202 to get a little bit closer. Running back Nicholas Singleton. Familiar looking name. Just went to the Titans. The Bears are now on the clock. Who's left in free agency that we want? There's guards out there in free agency still. I'm not gonna lie, the Tyreek Hill talk hasn't calmed down any. Because you probably do want to get a veteran in there. We're just kind of I would prefer Keenan Allen, but it's Mike McDaniel's offense now, so we have to wait and see. Yeah, I don't know. Linebacker maybe. Director, are you going to be invited to the Bolt again with the Chargers podcasters? So the first time and the only time I have gone, we went to the Costa the Orange County facility. That's where we went. We went to the facility right before they moved to the Bolt. And I can't tell you guys what we did specifically, but it was pretty cool. It was nothing crazy, though. That's all I'm going to say. It was nothing too crazy. But it was pretty cool. It was an awesome experience getting to meet all the social media guys and those team members. And we got to talk to a couple of the coaches. I got to ask a question on one of the pressers to Brady. Yeah, it was pretty fun. I got to talk to Gus Edwards. He was cool. Yeah, it was fun. But not since have I been contacted by the Chargers again, which is totally fine. Do I really want Tyreek Hill? It's kind of old and broken leg. I personally have not been a big fan of Tyreek Hill for a while now. So my answer is just no. But I'm still have the obligation as a mouthpiece of a big YouTuber or whatever to tell you guys that it's been talked about a lot in terms of rumors, and it only heated up after he got cut. It's only heated up since the Chargers have been pursuing wide receivers so aggressively. So it's still on the table, is all I'm going to say. And Njoku wouldn't be bad too, yeah. But you're also looking for people that fit the comp pick because you don't want to risk that third rounder that you got for Odafe Owe. So you're probably looking for players that are cut and that or that don't count against the comp pick formula. Whatever happened to that one Chargers YouTuber that just disappeared? You're probably talking about McClain, right? Yeah, me and Michael talked for a long time, and quite frequently before he made his exit. The last I talked to him, he said that he is still open to returning at some point. But he and I'm not going to tell you what he went into because that's his own personal journey, and if he wants to share that with you guys, that's totally great. All I'll say is that what he ended up doing is really stinking cool, and as like a real life thing, it is very awesome, and I'm very happy for him, and I hope that he's is fulfilled and is doing well in what he's doing. But he went and found something super cool, and he's doing that right now. And it's not the acting thing, which he's also been doing, which is pretty cool. He's also an actor, if you guys didn't know that. But he found a passion for life that is super sick, and we wish him the best, and we do miss him. But yeah, he's doing good though. I got so many comments from people saying, "Is he safe? Is he all right?" He just kind of disappeared, and he finally contacted me like I don't know, like 8 months ago, a year ago, and he said, everything's good, no worries. But yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good kid. He's a very fun personality. We got to meet him in person at that YouTubers meetup thing at the Orange County facility. Good guy. So the Bills pick is now in. The Bears went with Keyshawn Elliott, the linebacker out of Arizona. Yep. Good player. And the Bills, once again, didn't they do this earlier where they had the two picks back-to-back? We got two picks for the Bills back-to-back coming up here at 167, 168. If you guys are wondering, where are the Chargers next? It's 202. Next pick for the Chargers, 202. Director, how's the draft so far? I think excellent. I think the one asterisk on the draft is Jake Slaughter, because everybody was wondering if it was going to be guard or if it was a little early. But I hate all that background noise because on the surface you got this awesome player. He's excellent, and I think that you guys are going to end up loving him in the future as this team's starting center. And if he ends up playing guard, even better. You know what I mean? Until that time. Which right now it kind of sounds like that's going to be the plan. But outside of that, every pick has been awesome. I've been very, very happy with the Chargers selections this season. Mesidor's an A. Jake Slaughter's a B. Thompson's an A. Burke is a B. Genesis Smith is an A. Nick Barrett's a B+. Like there's fantastic outcomes if you're the Chargers this year. The one thing hanging over our head, which again is still background noise, is guard. Do we still go after a guard? I don't know. Good to know that he's doing something good. Yeah, he's doing good. He's doing good. 3 years into YouTube, IG, TikTok, and you're the reason I joined, so thank you. Hey, Two-Tone Sport, thank you so much. It's been a fun journey here on YouTube. Y'all still want one more guard? Yeah. And there's a few guys out there I still feel okay about, but, perhaps free agency is the better move here, or what they have now. Kilgore off the board. Kilgore off the board to the Bills. A lot of fans of him. And the Bills are going to be right back on the clock here with another selection at 168. Did Farmer get taken? Yeah, Farmer got taken by the Colts, I think, which they got a nice room over there. They're going to be happy with him. And go back. Yeah, corner is actually one that I would be very curious to see. Who else is there? Kilgore's gone. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't really know anybody else. Let's get Devonta Smith, the cornerback. He even spells it the same way, which is insane. Look at this. Devonta Smith, the corner out of Notre Dame. I'm not too familiar with the rest of the class in terms. I'm Dixon a little bit. 6'1". Chargers like lengthy corners, I guess. Kilgore is kind of the last one that was on my radar. TJ Hall, I do remember looking at. 6 foot, physical. Good run defender. Not a bad idea. Where did he line up? He's a perimeter corner. Damani Jackson's another one I looked at too. 6'1". This is probably one of the last ones too. He's a good coverage guy. But again, I don't know. There's a lot of these guys I'm not too familiar with, so it's kind of like a wait and see thing. I'm totally fine with that, dude. In round 6, I'm good just kind of taking the ride and seeing what the Chargers decide to do. Kendrick Law is going to be the pick for the Lions at 168. So it looks like the Bills traded again. And now the Lions picked up their wide receiver. Here comes the pick for the Steelers. Who's my next pick at 202? Again, I'm kind of cool with anything. If we get a corner, if we get a linebacker, I'm okay. Of course, interior is going to be something we're always looking for in terms of the offensive line, and then tight end. So I mean, there's some options there for sure. Oh, thank you, Hugo. One of these days, I'll figure out why the heck it does that, and we'll get it sorted out. Thank you. Pat Coogan, yep. Hey, Tat. Tat, did you know of Jeff Caldwell before I put him on the map? Be honest. Because I had only stumbled on him like 3 days before the draft, and I was like, who the heck is this guy? And I went and watched him. I was like, oh my God, he's huge. He honestly looks like Megatron. He's big. Big guy. He needs so much work. So much refinement in his route running. His hands could use work, but my goodness, does he have the measurables. And he ran a 4.31. He's crazy. Yeah, Jeff Caldwell would be really fun too. But we already have wide receivers. You liked him at the combine? Yeah, he's insane, dude. He's insane. I recently jumped on that train. In Cincinnati, they always got those fast guys out there. But man, he had 6'5" behind him too. He's awesome. You guys like Coogan? Yeah. I think Coogan would be fun. It would be crazy to have 2 centers projected at guard, but Coogan is special, and he played way more guard than Jake Slaughter. Is that Michael Keaton? That's sick. Michael Keaton is making the selection for the Steelers in the 5th round at 169. This is awesome. Yeah, okay. Riley Nowakowski, the blocking tight end out of Indiana, is the selection for the Steelers. That's such a Steelers pick, too. The Steelers have so many tight ends, man. Michael Keaton, Batman, makes a selection for the Steelers at 169. That's sick. That was cool. I liked that. I liked that. That was hilarious. All the Steelers fans leaving night 1 after they drafted after they drafted Einacor, dude. He was... I think everybody was ready for Lemon, dude. And they got jumped by the Eagles. Oh, dude, that had to have been so embarrassing. But they got a good player here. Nowakowski's an awesome blocker. Did we pick yet? Yeah, we picked a few times today. We're waiting for our next pick at 202. It's still going to be a minute. We picked at the very top of the 5th round, and now we're picking in the later part of the 6th round. The middle to later picks of the 6th round. I'm the player that I'm honored to have my name selected by Michael Keaton. Yeah, dude, that would be so sick. Nowakowski's where you're like, oh my God! That is so much fun. Ted Spark, thank you so much, man. How do I think this draft compares to the last two? Well, the quantity is certainly there, right? Last year, I was a big Omarion Hampton guy. Like, you guys, this whole time that I've been streaming, I don't think I showed you guys once. I'm a big Omarion Hampton fan. And the fact that we took him last year made me so happy. I think our strongest draft was probably the Joe Alt draft so far in the Joe Ortiz era. I think that draft was just so strong. Let's actually go take a look at that one more time. 2024 Chargers draft class. Of course, you had Still, you had Hart. I just make sure I'm not missing anybody. Joe Alt, fantastic. Ladd McConkey, fantastic. Junior Colson, asterisk. I would like to see what happens this year. It would be awesome to see his comeback story. Boygby really found himself this season. Still and Hart were amazing. Vidal obviously was amazing. And then our 7th round picks didn't quite work out with Rice and Johnson, but that is probably our best draft so far, if I'm being honest. That one is pretty fantastic. Pretty fantastic. Last year was special for me. I loved Omarion Hampton. We got Trey Harris, which again, it's kind of a wait and see. Jamari Caldwell was a big contributor. Kennard, asterisk, have to wait and see. KLS started off good, then it was okay. Rondé Gadsden looked really good. Taylor was bleh. RJ Mickens was good, and then Bridges. That's what I was thinking of. I was like, we had somebody we had cut. Got cut. Last year was really good, too. Last year was pretty good, too. But right now, if I had to rank the Joe Ortiz era drafts, I might put this year's as number 2. Maybe. Because I still want to see the Trey Harris ascension, which I think could still happen. Because Jamar Caldwell was fantastic, and OG is fantastic. But I think this has a potential for number 2. It's in contention for it. There's a lot of wait and see. But in terms of my favorite drafts, this would still be number 3 because I love Omarion Hampton so much. But I think it has potential in real life and real impact to be number 2. Did I want Matthew Golden? Yeah, I think a lot of Chargers fans wanted Matthew Golden. But since you're doing YouTube, who is the one player you've been hyped for that we selected? Was it Hampton or someone else? Since I've been doing YouTube? Oh my God, dude. That is crazy to think that we've been doing this for 6 years. Hampton was one of my favorite because I just absolutely fell in love with the idea of him to the Chargers. But most recently, if it wasn't when I was a YouTuber, probably Joey Bosa was the one that had me most hyped. But since I've been doing YouTube, it probably, if I'm being truthful with you guys, Omarion Hampton was probably my favorite pick in the first round just because I knew him so well, and I was so excited that they actually took him. Of course, we were excited about, Herbert and Kenneth Murray, if you guys remember him. He got drafted in the first round, too, that same year. We're excited about Slater. We were excited about Joe Alt. I think we were very cool with Joe Alt. We all wanted Malik Neighbors. We got Joe Alt. But Hampton was like that big pick where I was like, whoo. Got our guy. And Ladd McConkey. Ladd McConkey was the other pick where I was super hyped on him. So those are probably the two biggest players that I was super high on that we ended up getting and my 2 favorite drafts. So I would say honestly, I was more hyped on Ladd McConkey. I just didn't think we would get him. I didn't think we'd get either one of them. I'll say Ladd McConkey and then Hampton were my 2 favorites that I was rooting for from day one. That's pretty fun. Good question, man. Joe Royer went to the Browns. Karen Prunty, cornerback out of Wake Forest, went to the New England Patriots at 171. Now we're at 172, waiting for the pick on the New Orleans Saints. Remember you yelling when we got Lad, dude? Because me and all the Chargers YouTubers were like this on Lad McConkey. Because that year, it didn't quite fit in terms of where we were drafting to get Lad. But I still went after him in like every mock draft and trade. And when it actually happened and we traded up for Lad McConkey, I flipped out so hard. So yeah, now that I'm looking at it, probably my favorite pick was Lad McConkey and then Omari and Hampton. The New Orleans Saints select Lorenzo Styles, the Styles brother. Off the board in round 5. The tail end of round 5? Yeah, the tail end of round 5. We're getting into the comp picks now. Yeah, Styles. I think everybody thought he was going to be maybe a little higher, but yeah, not bad. Good pick for the Saints. Yeah, you're thinking if it wasn't Hampton, it was probably Lad. Yeah, Lad I was super stoked on, dude. I got texts from all the Chargers YouTubers like, dude, you got one. And I was like, ah! Yeah, he was cool. Beat on the kid is insane. On Styles, yeah, the Styles brothers, dude. Both of them insane. This reminds me so much of the primetime kids. The Sanders is last year. He was on the screen before you announced it. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I get distracted. I go down memory lane. Yelling when we got Lad. Yeah, that was such a fun year, dude. I had so much fun with that one. That's probably the draft, right? I think that is definitely the best draft in the Harbaugh era so far. Was that Joe Alt Lad McConkey year? How many picks we have left? We have 2 picks left. And we've done a really good job with our other 5 picks today, which is insane to think about, right? Chargers had 5 picks today. We got Brennan Thompson, Travis Burke, Genesis Smith, Nick Barrett. Or excuse me, 4 other picks, because we did trade one away to move up for Travis Burke. We did really well with our other 4 selections. They're awesome. Not going to lie, I was hyped on Quentin Johnson. I wasn't particularly, huge on him. I was excited once we drafted him because, of course, the potential. But then we misused the crap out of him in his rookie year, and everybody got offended. But he's gotten so good, dude. He's gotten so good as the years have gone on. So I'm really rooting for him this season. Remember the guilty guys got hyped over Colson? I got hyped over Colson too, dude. I was really excited about Colson. Coming from Michigan, right? The first year with Harbaugh and Minter, and he had like a perfect understanding and experience inside that system. And the injuries, it's so hard to hold it against the player because he just hasn't been on the field, which really sucks, let's be honest. But I still think the potential is absolutely there. It's just been a long time since he's played, which is scary and sad. I have a feeling QJ is going to have a breakout year. He improves every year. Okay, so the thing with QJ is he's improved every year, and getting this chance inside of the Mike McDaniel offense on his final season, I think you're going to see a pretty nice year from QJ. And the plan for Joe Ortiz, in my opinion, is let QJ break out this year, man. See if we can get an extension done. If not, you got a first rounder walking away, and that's a nice comp pick kickback if he gets signed somewhere else. Or maybe a late round trade, I don't know. But I think very best case scenario is he breaks out and we get an extension done. Worst case scenario, he walks and we get a comp, I think is what he's thinking. Eric Weddle wasn't bad either. I'm a big Eric Weddle fan. Obviously in Utah, right? I got a banner up in my studio that I bumped into him at an event in Utah, and I brought it with me because I knew he was going to be there, and I had him sign it for me. So I got a Chargers banner with Eric Weddle's signature on the bottom over here. As far as signatures in my studio, I have Eric Weddle, and then I have the green screen down right now, so you can't see everything else behind me, but I'm going to try and remember. I have, of course, LaDainian Tomlinson. I have a signed Navy helmet and a signed jersey. Those are the centerpieces of my of my studio. I have a signed Antonio Gates helmet on the other side. Sometimes people say they can't see it because it's like on the side, and sometimes the sun is hitting it, and it's a white helmet. But that's an Antonio Gates signed helmet. I've got some mini helmets in my studio here. I've got one by Kellen Winslow. I've got one by Emmanuel or EJ. I found a bunch of them. I'll be honest with you, and I was like, "That's cool." My wife did. She brought them home one day. Those are pretty sick. I'm missing one big one. Oh, I had a Melvin Gordon signed figure down there too. But yeah, need to get more. Need to get more in there. I need to get a Phillip Rivers signature somewhere in the studio. That is one that I absolutely need. Like one of my favorite players of all time, Phillip Rivers. And since he was playing last year, maybe there's a chance that he did some more signatures for everybody. The Ravens are certainly taking their time. Oh, but they already made one pick. They have back-to-back picks here. They have pick 173 and 174. So they took Josh Cuevas, the Alabama tight end, and they're still back on the clock right now. At pick 174. We're getting close to the 6th round, but we still got a ways to go, Bull fam. We got 174 to 202. We got a ways to go before. Best Clone Wars season? The last season was so good, dude. That last arc with Darth Maul and Mandalore with Ahsoka, it was the perfect way to end the series. And again, it's like since Star Wars Day is my birthday, it's all this stuff usually drops around that time. And I remember that year being so excited to go home and watch the finale with I brought all my friends and everybody, and we stacked in front of the TV and watched the finale together, and it was amazing. Peak Star Wars, yeah. And dude, that new Maul show is like really hitting it out of the park too, dude. I did not expect much from that show, and it is awesome. It is unique. It's intense. I love it, dude. So good. Are we winning the AFC West? You bet your butt we are. Rice is a Raider now? Yeah, I saw that. Big collection of Chargers cards. I still have a few laying around. I was, as far as card games are concerned, yeah, I collected Pokemon for a little while. But my game and the game, I still have cards in my closet. Like, I can see them from here because we moved and I found a bunch of them old. I was like, oh, I'm going to put them up and I'll look at them later. I was a big fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! I was a big Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan. I got the cards sitting up there still. But I collected a little bit of football too, a little bit. But of all of the card collector things out there, I was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Guy for sure. Signed rookie card of Herbert. That's nice, awesome. That's awesome, dude. That is really awesome. Rookie card too. Tired of Disney printing shows. You have to check it out. Yeah, no, I don't blame you on that one. But yeah, definitely check out Maul. Star Trek. Yeah, I mean, my wife watched a lot of the newer ones. We haven't seen in a couple of years. I think the last one we watched was Picard, right? But we gave them all a shot, and they were pretty good. I really liked, oh my God, what was that arc called? With the ship that, like, teleported when it's flipped over. That whole one was really good. The makeup artist guy, the tall, slender guy, we follow a lot of his work, and he's pretty awesome. But with all the names and football stats, and my brain is misfiring every title, every name that goes through my head. Star Wars Unlimited. Oh, I should say that. So in my youth, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was my thing. I still enjoy it. I don't like the new Yu-Gi-Oh! I haven't played it. But I still play a lot of the old games and stuff. The new generation, I have a big collection of Star Wars Unlimited. Yeah, I will say that. I've got a pretty big collection of Star Wars Unlimited. That has been the recent trading card game that I have gotten into. I got into it a couple of years ago. And I played a lot last year. I'm meaning to get back into it this year. But I got a big collection of Star Wars Unlimited, yeah. 1v1 me in Madden. Dude, I just barely got back into Madden. Like, literally a couple of weeks ago, I was like, I'm going to give it a try again. I haven't played in like a year. Give me some time to warm up. Maul's show is good. Hopefully the beginning of some R-rated Star Wars content for adults. That would be insane. Yu-Gi-Oh's best trading card game, better than Magic. Don't at me. One of my coworkers was a huge Magic fan. I played a few times with him, but he was pretty cool. When's the director going to be announcing a pick at the draft? That'd be insane, man. I'd miss you guys too much, right? I love being here in the draft chat with thousands of Chargers fans. That's been my yearly tradition, but maybe someday, right? The Ravens went with Adam Randall, the Clemson running back. Here come the Raiders now. Pick 175. A New Hope poster signed by the Cat. That is so sick, dude. That is so sick. Yeah, probably the most impressive things in my house are Star Wars. I don't think I have any signatures, which is funny enough. But I have a life-size, you guys have seen it in my studio. I've decked them out in Chargers gear. A life-size Stormtrooper. And in my theater room or my entertainment room, I have a life-size, and I wear it sometimes, Boba Fett, which is my favorite Star Wars character. And it's the version from the book of Boba Fett. I thought the armor was amazing. The show was okay. I have been working on, for like a couple of years now, a movie edit of the show, to the point now that and I know people are going to hate this, but I think it's a great storytelling tool, and it takes a lot of work to get it to look right. Because, like, anyway, I'm some AI shots that I put together that I have to go in on After Effects, and I have to fix some things and make it look good, but it gives you a solid foundation to kind of work on top of. There's a lot of actual artistry put on top of the AI. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do any of it because I don't have the team or the tools or the time. Before everybody gets offended by that. But yeah, I'm putting together just a movie cut for me and myself and maybe some of my friends. I want it on my Blu-ray shelf as a movie cut of the Book of Boba Fett that properly represents the character. I'm a big Boba Fett guy. Like, this is got this stuff sitting everywhere. This is on my speaker on the right side. Him coming out of the Sarlacc. Got this thing. It holds like my remotes and stuff on the side here. Of course, the other guy. I got the helmet in the background here too. Yeah. Boba Fett is cool. Because I think I told you about the time I went to the queue, watch the game one day, and was going to have my jersey autographed by LT, but the person I handed it to never gave it back. Oh, dude. That is so scummy too, man. That is so scummy. How old were you, dude? That is so scummy. Yeah. Dude, that is awesome. Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. I wonder why things slowed down at the tail end of round 5, dude. Can we get it moving, please? About 11 years ago? Wow, dude. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is so scummy. Hezekiah Masses, the cornerback at a Cal, is gonna be the pick there. And the Chiefs are now on the clock. Did I ever get into comic books? Yeah, when I was a kid, I read a lot. I'll be honest, I'm such a big Star Wars fan. I read a lot of Star Wars comic books, but I also read Spider-Man and X-Men. Spider-Man and X-Men were also on the docket for me. All right, here's a little look into the nerdum. Oh, brace yourselves, ball fam. Here we go. There's the full Boba Fett suit that I built here. It's kind of hard to see at the bottom here, the actual helmet behind. But that's the Boba Fett. It's a full head to toe gear, dude. Full head to toe. Here's us with Katie Sackhoff. In the costume. But yeah, that's it right there. The full costume. Big Star Wars nerd, dude. Too big of a Star Wars nerd. Yeah. So back-to-back AFC West picks. Raiders went with the corner. Here come the Chiefs. What do the Chiefs got? Brother has a 3D printer and made Hans Blaster. That's so sick, dude. Weird what I have, like, within reaching. I don't know if I'm allowed to show that, but within, like, reach of where I'm sitting. A little Han Blaster right there, too. I have to go get a new... I have the pieces. I might be able to fix it, but I got to get a new... you guys know what an EE3 is? It's the blaster of Boba Fett. I made it with the costume for the costume that's out in my entertainment space, and my son accidentally bumped into it and broke it, so I might have to get another one, but... Yeah, we got the full getup. Yeah, I know. I was just saying that too. I was like, oh no, wait. It's a Star Wars blaster. We've been live for 3.5 hours though, everybody. Give me a break. Come on, YouTube. Cyrus Allen is going to be the pick, wide receiver for the Chiefs. And we're moving in to pick 177. The long wait to 202 continues. Cyrus Allen ran a 4.49. Imagine being Cyrus Allen. At 5'11", running a 4.49 and getting passed by Jeff Caldwell, who's 6'5", who ran a 4.31. Pretty hyped about Ryan Matthews' pick. I remember being excited about that too. I can see the jersey from where I'm sitting. So you guys remember I moved like a year and a half ago, and one of the bedrooms I was like, yeah, that's definitely going to be the studio. Cool little closet here, able to put a bunch of stuff in. Would I have signed Owe instead of Mack for $5 to $10 million? It's really difficult to say because Khalil Mack is such an integral piece of the team, even beyond what he does on the field. So one more year of him plus Akeem Mesidor, I think, is more valuable than just Odafe Owe. And you were still kind of rolling the dice on him because, you know, he had the 1 year of production. He struggled with the Ravens. So you were still kind of, you know, making an educated guess if you were to give him an extension. But by keeping Khalil Mack, you're able to usher in the future with Akeem Mesidor and give him maybe one of the best environments to learn and improve and hit the ground running with Khalil Mack in the building. So I think I would stick with what they did. Keep Khalil Mack. Am I going to Star Wars Celebration in Anaheim next year? Me and the wife are thinking about it. We're thinking about it. I really think that it's a possibility because the last one I went to was also in LA. I went to the Celebration where they announced the Force Awakens. Probably one of the coolest Star Wars experiences I've ever had. You know, we didn't know what these new movies were going to be yet. It was the first time that the trailer got dropped. I was with thousands and thousands of thousands of Star Wars fans. That we all got to experience that together, and that was a really, really cool feeling. And at that same celebration, we were in the film festival for the Star Wars fan films, and we ended up winning that year, which was insane too. That was probably one of the coolest Star Wars anythings that I will ever have in my life. Was that celebration? Because they had a film festival that George Lucas was one of the judges. Several of the judges were really awesome, and we went up and in front of thousands of people, accepted an award for their fan film competition, and it was absolutely awesome, dude. Absolutely awesome. Kevin Coleman, Jr., Missouri wide receiver. Going to the Dolphins. Kevin Coleman. On your Chargers chain. If you see me at training camp, for sure. I was so bewildered the first time someone came up to me asking for a signature on something. I was like, you guys just want to save that for the players? That was pretty cool. Made me feel very famous. Happy with what Ortiz has done so far this offseason now that you have seen most of the draft. I'm still very disappointed in guard, but everything else surrounding it seems pretty solid, in my opinion. I mean, we could have maybe done a little bit more in free agency, but the draft is kind of where he makes his money, right? That's his big talent, and so far I think he's done a really good job. It will look even better depending on what happens with Jake Slaughter. Ryan with the $5 holla. Ryan Nikowski, really good blocker. Yeah, he got taken a little earlier. Great read hands. Yeah, good versatile piece. Yeah, he is really, really good. Who ended up taking him? It was it the Ravens? No, they took somebody else. It was the Steelers. That's right. I was like, it was another tight end team. The Steelers ended up taking him at 169. But yeah, he's a good player. He was definitely one on our radar in terms of blocking tight end. He's really good. Thank you so much, Ryan. No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, we're getting at that point of the draft where you're like, okay, I'll counter. Oh, not counter, but I'll add to that too. Jack Endries and Dalen Bentley. I think those guys are pretty good in terms of balance, little receiving, decent blocking. Those are good tight end options late in the draft here. Longest 5th round ever of my life. I know, dude. I don't know what the freaking holdup is. The pick is in now for the Eagles, and we still have 3 more picks before the 6th round even begins, and we're not even picking until 202, and the 6th round begins at 182, so it's going to be a while. We got a little spoiled at the beginning. We had picks like every 30 minutes or every 20 minutes. It was insane. Yeah, gifted memberships are random. You want to get a custom director jersey? What number should I pick? That's insane, dude. That would be insane. I put the same number on all of my jerseys if it makes any difference to you. As to not step on any toes, and this is normally what you'll see me wearing. I have a different variant, for all the different colors, but as to not step on any toes, this is the number I put on all my jerseys. It's the 01. The 01. If you ever see me walking around with that jersey, that's the number you'll see. That's insane. That is insane. Really hope we get Harold Perkins in the 6th. That'd be a good one, too. I can't wait till we get close enough to the pick where we can start poking around the players and seeing who's still on the board. We're still so far away. You're insane, Saint. You're insane. Of course I would, though. Director jersey, if you sign it. Of course I would sign it. That is insane to think that anybody wants that, dude. You guys are insane. Director, I'm running late. What's your favorite pick so far? Of the day, it's Brennan Thompson. We got Brennan Thompson. We got the speedster. And he's going to be great on this team, dude. Mark my words. He's going to look awesome in this McDaniel offense. He's going to try and get him involved early, too, which is probably the most exciting aspect. Mississippi State wide receiver. Ran a 4.26. He's going to be a beast. Cole Payton, quarterback, North Dakota State's going to be the pick for the Eagles. Weird. 179 on the clock now is the San Francisco 49ers. Wondering if, is it Nadame Tucker will be there at 202. I'm sure he will be. That'd be crazy. Director has aura. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Pregnon time was the funniest thing ever. We're going crazy over him 3 rounds and didn't get him. Yeah. Passing him on him twice tells me that they probably didn't want him, which is insane. Was Bryce Lance picked? Yes. He got picked earlier today. Hang on. I remember thinking it was a good spot for him. I think it was the Saints, right? Was it the Saints that got him? Man, it's been such a long day already. Look at all these names. Actually, I can just go to the Saints here and see if it was them. Yeah, they got Bryce Lance. Yep. Bryce Lance to the Saints at pick 136. And the pick is in for the Niners. On the clock is the Miami Dolphins. Yeah, good fit. And they got Jordan Tyson. And they got Oscar Delp. They got a good team looking over there. Is that aura or vibes off of the energy drink director down today? Yeah, that's it. This is... We got, if you guys can't see, but I can feel about this much left in there. That's the rest of my energy for the day. I'm actually kind of excited that we don't have a 7th round pick. Maybe I can dip out and start doing some research a little sooner rather than later. And I still got other videos I got to do. Oh my God, we got draft grades, we got Bleacher Report stuff. Yeah, it would be nice. It would be nice. Especially with how long this 5th round is taking. Oh my God, dude. Stream's already like 4 hours long and we're not even out of the 5th round yet. Get sponsored by the Chargers and show us games live. You know what's crazy is that YouTube, they talked about doing something like that like a year or two ago, but I don't think anything ever developed. I think what they ended up doing is they ended up handing one game off to a bunch of like celebrity YouTubers, and I don't think we ever saw anything again, which is crazy. Stick with caffeine chocolates. Ooh, that sounds dangerous. If we lose again in the first game of the playoffs, what are your thoughts? At what point do the seats of the front office really heat up? It's tough because, like, before that, the playoffs were really out of reach. And now if we go to the playoffs again, at least we've made the playoffs 3 times. Enrique Cruz, the tackle out of Kansas, by the way, is going to be the pick for the Niners. So it's really hard for me to say that seats are getting hot, but certainly there's going to be a discussion for sure. It's so difficult for me because we waited how many years to finally get an established coach with a decent background and experience and history that I don't want to let go of Jim Harbaugh anytime soon. And there's people saying, what if Jim Harbaugh is getting ready to hang him up, which I don't think he is, and Mike McDaniel steps in as head coach? I don't know if I'm there yet. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm there. I want to keep Coach around as long as possible. So Speed, some Spanish YouTuber got to stream the Chargers-Chiefs game live. Yeah. That's what I was talking about. Yep. They did a little program, I think, for one game. And then we didn't see it again. We already have a fullback. Yeah, no, we're good on fullback, dude. We look good with who we got. Ingold. He's great. Watch games on YouTube TV, but always have you on my computer to hear your reactions. Nice, dude. That is a lot of fun, man. And that's one thing that the reason I did the channel, because you guys know I'm in Utah and there's not a lot of Chargers fans out here. I mean, there's a few. Shout out to my guy Alex, who I see. I would say now like once a week. He works at a store I frequent, and we're always talking Chargers. But yeah, not a lot of Chargers fans out here. And one of the reasons I started the channel was so I can like converse with other fans at the team we're so passionate about. And it makes it especially fun on game day too. It's pretty cool. My Chargers fan experience has forever changed for the better having started this channel. I think Matlock might be history. Yeah, I think Matlock is either moving back to defensive tackle or gets cut. We only have 2 tight ends, maybe one more. Yeah, so on the docket for the round 6 picks for me are corner, tight ends, linebacker, and defensive line. I mean, we already got the defensive lineman, so maybe we don't. Nick Barrett's an awesome pick. I don't think we need Rashawn Benny or those guys anymore. So corner, linebacker, tight end. kind of feel like the appropriate positions to go after in the last round. And if you can get interior offensive line, if there's somebody in there that moves a needle, please do it. If not, it really does feel like it's the slaughter show there. All you see are Raiders and Broncos fans. It's rough out here. Yeah, dude, it is. It is Broncos territory for sure where I'm at. But I don't know. I feel like there's more Chargers fans now than there were like when I was in high school. I feel like there's a lot more California folk moving to Utah. Keaton Mitchell was behind Derrick Henry, correct? Yes, he was. Yep. He's going to be so much fun in this offense, dude. Director over at any other commentators, yeah. It's fun sitting next to the hype guy at the bar. That's all I'm going to say. And that's what people ask me all the time. They're like, why don't you get like deeper into the X's and O's, into the analytics of football? And I'm like, that's by design. You know, I'm not, as far as being a fan, I like to keep my distance a little bit from like the pro analytics, because the way I consume football is so much fun that if sometimes when you become an expert in something, it loses its charm a little bit, right? Its luster. And I don't want that to ever happen with football. So by design, I kind of keep my arms length out a little bit so I can keep that fan mentality and that fan excitement and optimism. Because I always envisioned my channel as sitting down next to the guy at the bar who's way too into the team that you're into. And you just kind of feed off of their hype. And that's the whole idea behind my channel, is trying to fulfill that personality for as many people as possible. Because that really is me in real life. A lot of people will meet me in real life and be like, you're exactly the same as you are on stream. I'm like, yeah, I'm a hype guy for sure. I love Chargers football. And the things I'm passionate about, I get super into. And that's why like everything I've ever touched that I get like super passionate about, which I'm kind of picky, I go like all in with. You know, like I was really into Madden, and then the next thing I knew, I was in Tiburon Studios with EA testing the newest Maddens and getting to know the people behind the game. Very into Star Wars. The next thing I know, I'm like entering fan film competitions and meeting Star Wars actors and winning trophies from the people who designed the Stormtrooper costumes. And then now here with the Chargers, you know, the next thing we know, we're at the Bolt, or we're at the facility meeting, you know, people behind the scenes and doing Charger stuff. And this one's going to be the one that sticks the long term, I think, though. This will be the one. I'm always going to be a Star Wars fan, always going to be, you know, I guess Madden, kind of. I'm not as big in Madden anymore, but the Chargers will never change. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah, it is. It is. And I think at a certain point, protecting your passions, because it's so hard to find things in life that get you excited and get you out of bed and giving you that, like, you know, the energy to hit the day despite all the crap life likes to throw at you. So protecting something like that, I think, is especially important if it's the reason you get up every day. And I'm, of course, talking outside of family and all the mushy mush stuff, that the real important things in life, because obviously that's the number one always. But your passions in life as an individual, I think, are also extremely important. Here come the pick at 180 for the Dolphins. Have I been to a game at SoFi yet? Yeah, I've been to several. It's so much fun, dude. Seydou Traore, the Mississippi State tight end, is going to the Dolphins. And Enrique Cruz, I don't know if I announced this one. I think I did. The tackle to Kansas, or of Kansas, is going to the Niners. So on the clock now, finally, is the last pick in the 5th round. It's the Bills. And we're finally going to get into the 6th round where the countdown to 202 begins. Who is Filoni? I have met Dave Filoni twice, and he is awesome. He is the creator of the Clone Wars and the Mandalorian. Him and Favreau made the Mandalorian. He's fantastic. And he also did Rebels, and a lot of the animated stuff is Filoni. And now he's the creative director, or the director of Lucasfilm now, or some title like that. He's the man at Lucasfilm. The first time I met Dave Filoni, I think I was like 15. I was in the fan film competition at the San Diego Comic-Con, and I bumped into him there. And this is back before anybody knew who he was. He was just starting with the Clone Wars and all that. And he came up to me and he said, "Hey, I just want you to know I saw your fan film, and It was really unique. We can see all the work you put into it and how much work. And he says, you keep down this path and you're going to be something special one day. And I was like, I was 15, you know what I mean? Somebody from Lucasfilm came up and told me to keep going. And I was like, I got a picture with him. I think I have like my BYU shirt on and everything. And pictures floating around there somewhere. I put it on Twitter years ago. And he really drove me to continue in my film career back then, which was really stinking cool, dude. And then years later, at that celebration I was telling you guys about earlier, we bumped into him again, and we talked to him for a while. He talked a lot about hockey, which I don't watch, but me and my wife bumped into him just randomly. We were out on the balcony, and we saw him poking around, and we saw him in the window, and I pointed at him, and he pointed back at me, and we walked in, and we talked for like 20 minutes about random bullcrap. But he's awesome, dude. He is so cool. Pretty sure he hit on my wife a little bit. But he's a cool guy. Funny how Disney buried Favreau's movie. Yeah, I'm still excited. I hope it does well. We'll see. Ryan with the 2 says, thank you for following your passion, Bolt Brother. Yes, absolutely, dude. That is why we are here. Final selection of the 5th round. Here comes the Bills. Oh, that's big no-no. Here's a funny dude, though. He's a funny dude. Did he remember you? I don't remember. I think I remember asking him. I think I told him. I was like, I don't know if you remember. I do remember saying that. I told him, I was like, I don't know if you remember, but you were one of the judges of the fan film thing so many years ago, and I'm still working in film because of what you told me. And he was like, oh, that's awesome. So I don't remember if he said he remembered me, but I remember telling him that we had bumped into each other once before. He was a really cool guy. What do we know about the other positions we need to fill? I mean, at this point, it's corner, tight end, maybe. But I think corner is probably a big one that you want to hit on. And if we can get interior offensive line to help everybody feel a little bit better, then great. But I think tight end and corner kind of feel like the direction we should go in. And interior offensive line, if they find somebody good there. But I think BPA is also just not a bad idea. You're taking shots in the dark no matter what at this point. So let's say we get all the way down to 202 and Deion Burks is there and we go with another wide receiver. It'd be weird. Somebody's got to go. But, you're just throwing darts. And if it works, great. If not, whatever. But, yeah. Cat might be frozen again. Okay. Thank you for the heads up. Think you've outgrown modern Star Wars. Not sure if it's for me anymore. Glad people still enjoy it, though. And that's okay. Like, I think I hit a big wall with Star Wars when the Last Jedi came out. I was gutted because I'll be honest, I really liked where it was going. So like it was cool. It wasn't the best Star Wars, but like I liked Force Awakens a lot. I was one of the few people that really enjoyed Solo, but holy crap, did Rogue One knock my socks off? I loved Rogue One. And I was like, man, there are some good Star Wars on the horizon if this is, something to the quality that we can expect. And then Last Jedi hit, and I was like, ugh. And then Solo, and I was like, okay, maybe we still got something. And then the Rise of Skywalker, I really didn't like Rise of Skywalker at all, man. I was so upset about it. And then The Mandalorian hit. And I'm going to say this, because as a big Boba Fett fan, you could probably guess, I never thought in a million years that anything Mandalorian would ever come to live action. I always thought it was just kind of this side thing that Disney didn't really care about. And luckily, Favreau was a big Mandalorian fan, and he brought it to the masses and to the casual fans. But I was always a huge Mandalorian fan before the show, and so that was a big deal for me. I was like, they're actually doing Mandalorian stuff, and I enjoyed every season. Even the last season I thought was really good. Not as good as the first two, but still really good. But season 2, Mandalorian, was like peak Star Wars. And then Andor came out, and oh my God, was that so good. And then everything else surrounding it's been like okay. Maul is the new next big show that I thought's been awesome. But I find myself more frequently watching the prequels and the original trilogy, which is cool too. I think living in that world's totally fine as well. I watched those. I watched them for the first time with my son this last year before we went to the theater to see, I think it was Empire. So we watched all the way up until that point, and then we saw the re-release in the theater together. Maybe it was Return of the Jedi. I don't remember. I think it was Empire, though. And then Return of the Jedi, and then we watched the Disney trilogy before going to Disneyland. This like a couple of months ago. So yeah, it was awesome. I think Star Wars is cool. I think it's good for every generation, some way, shape, or form. So the Bills went with Zane Durant, the defensive lineman out of Penn State. Now we're waiting on the Cleveland Browns. TV show's been great for sure. Rogue One, great movie. Yeah, Rogue One was awesome. Rogue One, I was a kid again, especially in the last like half hour of that movie. Like every detail and every like vibe and feeling of the original Star Wars was there, and I just, dude, I was moved. I loved that movie. Taylon Green, Arkansas quarterback, going to the Browns. 6th round, 202. Let's keep it moving. Here come the Cardinals with their next pick. I need more mics. Next year is just going to be like a perimeter of mics. The Acolyte sucked. Yeah, I didn't like that movie. I've been trying to get my hands on it. Somebody made a fan edit of The Acolyte, and they said they kind of helped fix it a little bit. But that show, I was so excited for because they were finally getting into like Old Republic stuff, and they botched it, dude. They needed to give it more of like a Lord of the Rings vibe, you know, give it its own like presence. And instead they kind of blot it. They threw it like a generic Star Wars vibe on it and threw it to the masses. Like, no, you got to give it its own energy, its own identity, and especially with being so far ahead of the other Star Wars stuff. And that's what bothered me. All of the political stuff, I understand. It was way in your face, and it doesn't like, I'm not super bothered by that kind of stuff, but when it's like pushed that hard where it's taking away from the story, then that's where I'm like, you lost me. But the other stuff bothered me even more. You know what I mean? So Acolyte, I was very hopeful. It ended up not being great. Glad you started this channel. Only a few Chargers fans in Ohio. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Helps us all band together. Any big names stand out for you that we want to pick up next, says Hugo? Yeah, I mean, the names that I'm familiar with, Burks, Benny, even though we already got those positions, I don't mind doubling up just because of the talent. Anthony Lucas, if we want some depth at edge. Xavier Harris, the giant tackle out of Mississippi. Tyreek Sapp, the edge out of Florida. Jack Endries and Dalen Bentley, the tight ends out of Texas and Utah. And again, we're in the weeds now, players that I'm kind of barely familiar with. Nadame Tucker, obviously the edge, Western Michigan, coached under O'Leary last year. Isaiah World met with the team. Jaden Ott met with the team. And then, of course, the guards. DJ Campbell's pretty up there now, too. If we can get anybody, that'd be great. Endry's still available? I think so, yeah. Endry's, I think, would be a pretty fun one. I hope I'm pronouncing it right, too. Endries. He looks pretty balanced. They should do Knights of the Republic TV series or film series with Revan. Easy money. Yep. I know Sinful Hands by now. You already know. That's the fan film that we won the award with. It was Knights of the Republic, and it was centered around Revan and Nihilus. That was super fun. Are they still talking about Taylon Green? Just a fast quarterback? Okay. The Cardinals, who I don't know if we just didn't look up in time. Carson Shahar, linebacker out of Iowa, is going to be the pick. And now on the clock, a pick is in, I should say, for the Titans. On the clock now is the Buccaneers. $2 holla by Toxic. Should we target free agents or stay where we are? No, definitely bring in free agents for sure. The undrafted guys, you're going to see a number of them right after the draft. And I'm going to be very on top of that on Twitter. You guys will see me on Twitter posting about it. Taking forever, seeing trees grow faster. Yeah. And we still got a ways to go too, man. We're at 202 and currently picking at 184. It's going to be a minute. That's why we're just kind of vibing, kind of chilling, talking Star Wars. Did Phillip Rivers retire? I don't think I heard it officially. I wouldn't be shocked. Jackie Marshall, defensive tackle Baylor, to the Titans. Here come the Buccaneers next. Coogan and Tugger, please. Yeah. Acolyte was terrible. Ahsoka was okay, kind of meh. Yeah, Ahsoka was fine. You know, I think it hits a different note if you've seen Rebels, which of course we did. We named our son after Ezra Bridger. Just so you know, I liked Rebels a lot. Rebels started bad. It got really good at the end, and I resonated so much with Ezra by the end of it. My wife did too. That's who we ended up naming our son after. Wishing I had more seasons of Mandalorian coming out. Yeah, me too. Mandalorian was so good. So good. Yeah, Rebels is a fantastic. Isaiah World still available? Yeah. I think we already got our swing, though. Barks is awesome. And I think Worlds, it's probably going to be the role you would ask him to do anyway. How's the Jeep after the crash? We lost it.
Looking at our 26 opponents, Jets, Pats, 49ers, Texans, Cardinals, Bills, Dolphins, Seahawks, Rams, Bucks, Ravens.
Early record prediction. Before I forget. We lost the Jeep in the crash. Broke my friggin' heart because I loved that thing. We had so many adventures, and we only had it for 1 year. And it was like the accumulation and representation of all my success, even though like success is a different, term for whoever you think about. But like I grew up extremely not financially stable, and through my journey in film and eventually into YouTube, like we finally were able to build up to getting a Wrangler, which was like my dream car. I've always loved Wranglers. We had the best summer with it, and then we lost it in the crash, a crash that wasn't our fault, which is crazy. And we were really bummed about it for a while. And then I found, even though we were still really bummed, I found another one that I liked. And so we're back on the road on the Jeeps. And we're having a lot of fun. It's getting about that time to take off the top, too, which is really exciting. But, yeah, it was a really, really tough pill to swallow, though, man, because I loved that first Jeep so much. But we got another one that's pretty freaking cool, too, so we'll see. As far as the $10 holla coming in from Adinda, thank you so much. Which, by the way, missed the pick by the Buccaneers. We'll see what happens here in a second if we can get that in a second. I think we take the Jets. We take the Pats again, even though they're much better now. I think we could take the Niners. Hopefully we can take the Bills. We could definitely take the Cardinals. We've struggled versus the Bills. We can take the Dolphins. We struggle versus the Seahawks. We struggle versus the Rams always for some reason. I think we can take the Bucks, and we'll see if we can beat the Ravens. It's really tough to think that we do worse. I'll say 12 wins. I'll say 12 wins next season. I'm optimistic. I think we're moving in the right direction. We've been 11 team 2 years in a row. I think we go one more next season. Then we go one more next season. I feel pretty good about it, especially with our tackles coming back. White Jeep was clean director. Yeah, that was my favorite car I've ever owned, and we only got to drive it for a year. Bowers Sharp was the selection for the Buccaneers at tight end, the LSU tight end, and here comes the pick by the Giants. Kenobi. Kenobi, there's a movie cut coming out by one of the visual effects artists of Rogue One. He's the one putting together the movie edit. It looks so sick. It's called Trials of the Master, I think, and it looks awesome. You guys got to go check it out. Thank you for the $10 holla, Indida. Or 7 through 9 were not good. Yeah. I liked episode 7. I will say that Force Awakens was actually entertaining and fun. Even though it was a carbon copy of A New Hope, I liked it a lot, but the other two I did not like. Did you have any mechanical issues? I hear Jeeps are known for that. That's the best thing about the first Jeep is that it had no problems. At first, there were things I had to fix, very similar to the new one I just bought. You kind of know that when you get a used Jeep. You're like, something big's here, otherwise it wouldn't be on the lot. And you have to be prepared to, like, you got to have like $1,000 or $2 put aside to get it really up to par. And the first one, I think it needed just something like a radiator or something, and I would say about $1.5 worth of work, and it didn't have any issues. Thermometer too. It didn't have any issues for the rest of that year, and it was awesome. We took it everywhere, dude. It was a good car. This one was a little rougher to begin with, but it's turned into a pretty nice car. But it needed a lot of work at the beginning. It needed axle work. It needed the cooling system needed a lot of work, which is really expensive. So this one took a bit more money to get on the road, a bit more. But now it's running really, really good. But you are not incorrect in saying that Jeeps tend to have mechanical issues if you take them off-road a lot, especially. We take it off-road every once in a while. No, we're too crazy either. I'm not a climber. But for the most part, we take really, really good care of it. Where I treat my Jeeps like I would a horse. I love those things. Those are my favorite. You know what's kind of crazy? On. Weird how we're talking about, like, I get too into things and I'm passionate about it, and there you go. Moab, yeah, that's my dad way back in the day lived in Moab, and we were there a lot. Yeah, that's crazy. Start the Jeepin' channel. I'm not much of an off-roader, though, so I could be a better. I want to get into off-roading a little bit more, but to start a YouTube channel, I would definitely get judged. I like mudding. That was my thing in high school. We'd take the Jeep mudding all the time, and we didn't just go mudding. Like, it was an old 1989 or 1988 YJ Wrangler was my first car, and I loved that thing. I knew immediately when I was a kid that the Wrangler was going to be the car I wanted. And I went after it in high school. And we had this big water reservoir that was abandoned in the town I lived in. And there was a little off-road trail that you could take to get there and go inside the reservoir. So after it rained, there was always a little bit of water in there. So you would wait a couple of days for it to dry out a little bit. And there was a perfect mudding, like a big bowl. And I would take my friends up there and we'd drive around. We'd take the top and the doors off. We'd go sometimes to the thrift store and get like a suit, or sometimes like white clothes or whatever, and we'd go mudding in there for hours and hours and hours. And I remember one day after we were done mudding, we had an assembly that was a mandatory attendance at school. And so we showed up covered in mud. We were wearing suits, but we were covered from head to toe in mud. And we sat through the whole thing and took pictures with people afterwards. It was awesome. Bobby Jamison Travis, defensive lineman Auburn, goes to the Giants. And then Katron Allen, running back Penn State, goes to the Commanders. Here comes the Jets. If I wasn't a Chargers fan, what team would I direct? You guys have seen my April Fool's joke every year, right? It always gets people. I'm like, dude, this is like the 4th year I've ran the same thing, and I still have hundreds of people like super pissed at me. I'm like, no. I figured by now everybody would know. I changed my whole channel to the Director Bears. Chicago Bears. I don't know if that would be my team. It would probably end up being like the Niners or somebody else in California, but that's the reason I became a Chargers fan, San Diego. You know what I mean? But no, I think I can't even imagine liking the NFL if I wasn't a Chargers fan. So that's tough. That's a really tough question to answer. Jeeps are like a big thing in a bunch of 90s movies. Yep, it could have been Jurassic Park for all I know. The thing I think it was, though, if I'm being honest with you, is just growing up in Utah. Jeeps are huge out here, dude. Like, there's Jeeps on every corner. Especially when I spent a lot of time, a few years in Moab. You know, I didn't live there, but like, so my folks split when I was younger, and then I haven't, to get too personal, I only saw my dad for a few years, and I haven't seen him since I was like 7 or 8 years old. So I don't know the guy. But back when I was a little kid, him and his family had places in like Moab and southern Utah, and that is all anybody drives out there. So I'm pretty sure it kind of rubbed off on me when I was a little kid, and I always wanted a Jeep after that. I've always been a Jeep guy. Brother's ex had a Dodge Durango with big wheels. It was not cool. I mean, it looked cool, but the ride was horrible. Oh, Jeeps can be the same thing. If you're used to riding in a comfy car, Jeeps are rough, dude. My wife says all the time, it's like riding a horse. But they are very fun once you get used to it, because it's less of driving and more of like, you know, riding when you get in a Jeep, because like you're kind of, you got more like, I don't know, it's a special connection a guy has with his Jeep. Once, if you know, you know. And that's why the community is so like big with Jeeps and the ducks and all the off-road and all that kind of, it's one of those things, when you know, you know. Always wanted an Audi. Hey, chase that dream, dude. Chase that dream. Are we getting close yet? We're like 12 picks away. The Jets selected Inez Cooper, guard out of Miami. Yeah, one of you guys said you liked him. Maybe not the best scheme fit for the Chargers, but he's off to Miami, and now on the clock is the Bengals. I guess I'm a little ahead of the broadcast here. Team Toyota here. Jeeps are too rough. Yeah, I feel it. I totally feel it. My wife, after the accident, we needed to get back on the road, and she's always wanted an Armada, and we made that happen, and she's very happy with it. And I drive it every once in a while. I'm like, man, this is so comfy. This is so nice. This is so it's not the Jeep experience. And then I get in my Jeep, but it's the same. Like, I love the Jeep experience though, and that's something that I guess it's a again, if you know, you know thing. Jeeps are rough. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, but they are fun. 26 Corvette Stingray's your dream car. Ooh. Fancy. Me in a Jeep or Durango, I'm like Jim Carrey and Ace Ventura, moving my head around violently because I know how bumpy it is. Yep. If you're not in California, cause gas. Yes. We were very aware of that. How many ducks I got? At first, it wasn't too many. My old Jeep had a bunch of them. Everybody leaving ducks on that one all the time. My newest one, I've only gotten one organically, which means, because if you in the Jeep community, if you like another person's Jeep, you leave a little duck on their door. I've gotten one organically, and then me and my wife had a date night one night. We went to the arcade, just goofing or whatever, and we like the arcade. We're both into pinball, and they had this little duck like claw machine at the door, and she won a bunch for me and put him on my Jeep. So now I have like 5 in there. We're waiting on the pick of the Bengals. In southern Utah, you either see a lifted truck, a lifted Jeep, or a Ford Bronco. Yep. And when I was growing up, it was like literally 90% Jeeps on the road. You literally couldn't get on the road without seeing a Wrangler or a Cherokee. A Wrangler or a Cherokee. It was always one of those two. And I remember also seeing a little pocket of do you guys remember the Suzukis? The Samurais? Those tiny little like Jeep looking things? Those are adorable and hilarious, and they were very funny to see off-road because they would roll all the time, but people would they knew this, so they made their cages able to flip the car over easy. Hilarious. Corvette ZR1X, the dream car. Ooh. Keyword dream. Yeah. It's funny because I'm not much of a muscle car person or a sports car person. You know, if I had to choose one, I don't even know, maybe like a Challenger or something, but I'm not into that. My dream car has always been Jeep. So maybe I'm fortunate because it's an achievable goal financially, in your early 30s or late 20s. And even in high school, I was able to get one. It was breaking down all the time, but I loved it. I spent more time under that Jeep than I did in it, but I loved that thing so much. Maybe I will say my dream Jeep is just a new Jeep one day. Maybe one day I'll drive off the lot with a brand new like Rubicon or something. Funny enough, I've never been much of a Rubicon guy. I like Rubicons. I would definitely drive a Rubicon, but I've always been a Sahara guy ever since I was a kid. It just screamed adventure to me. My dream car in high school was this 1997 Sahara Unlimited. It was a beige interior. I've always loved the beige interiors, and I never got one in high school. I did end up getting a pretty nice. The YJ was really nice. It was just a sport. But the last one I got was a Sahara, and this new one I got was a Sahara. I love the Saharas. They are fun. They're probably the most comfortable Jeep that you'll find. Just kind of driving on the road. The Rubicons are monsters off road, but I've always been a Sahara guy. So the Jags just traded up. I feel like just 10 seconds ago we were waiting for the Bengals pick. The Bengals picked Brian Parker, the tackle out of Duke. And then the Saints picked up Barian Brown, the wide receiver out of LSU. Jaguars now on the clock after trading up.
Who should we pick next? Hashtag
you go. Johnny with a $10 holla. Big love, baby. Big love. $10 holla. Who should we pick next? Bolt up. I'm at the point where just BPA. You know what I mean? I kind of trust in whatever they're doing out here. The pick is in, by the way, for the Giants. I keep looking up and seeing, like, did they announce it? Did they even say who the Jags just traded up for? We'll grab that in just a second. As far as the available players right now, again, I'm kind of fine with anybody. I especially would be happy with a corner, with a tight end, or a linebacker. The names that I personally would be pushing for, I personally like. I don't even know if I'm pushing for. Deion Burks is still one of my favorite players in the draft. He's still there, but we already took Brennan Thompson. That's probably pretty redundant. Rashawn Benny, again, one of my other favorites, but we already took Nick Barrett, so that's already kind of redundant. Dante Lawson, linebacker out of Alabama, is pretty cool. He's fast. He's only 6'2", though. Jack Endry's the tight end, is probably one of the better balanced tight ends that you'll find. Dalen Bentley would be a pretty good pick if I'm being honest. He's a late bloomer. He only kind of busted out into the scene this last year, but I mean 620 yards and 6 touchdowns. That's pretty nice. And he's a good blocker. Like, I would really consider the Utah tight end. He's probably one of my favorite right now. What about the corners? I really don't know the rest of the corners, guys. I'll be honest. Devin Marshall, North Carolina State, maybe. Chargers just tend to gravitate towards tall and fast corners. That's all I can really tell you. I don't really. If we were to go take a stab on somebody, everybody likes this guy Eli Heidenreich. Everybody thinks he could be pretty cool. Jaden Ott, Oklahoma running back. People seem to like a lot too. It's tough. I'm kind of just wait and see. I got guys that I like, but I also just kind of hope that they hit on the positions that we're looking for. Thank you for the $10 holiday there, Johnny Tran. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that. Brendan Fayoko tweeted 2 hours ago that we're one of the losers of the draft. Why? I get if people don't like the Slaughter pick. I do. I love the player. He's just surrounded by a lot of stupid background noise and where he was picked. But every other pick that we've had, I've been pretty happy with. Even the one that I didn't know. The one player I didn't know was Travis Burke. Everybody else I've known, and I've been pretty happy with. Like, they're going to be very solid contributors. Especially in this class that's really tough to predict whether or not you're going to see any big movement in terms of contributions this season. I think they did fairly well. I think they did really, really well. Perkins, yeah, you guys like Perkins a lot too, the linebacker. That's right. Perkins could be Watch the Giants pick another linebacker. Yeah, the Cybertrucks too, dude. We see a few of them in Utah. They're interesting, I guess. Do you think we've drafted all starters? No. I think obviously Mesidor is going to slide right into edge 3, and he's going to look great. In the Chargers offense or defense, he is a starter. Jake Slaughter is a backup center, eventual starting long-term center, but he's a backup center right now. Perhaps a guard. We'll see how that turns out in training camp. That's going to be the biggest story in training camp. Brennan Thompson is going to be a situational wide receiver. He absolutely could get more touches than people think. But the wide receivers, the majority of targets are going to be Ladd, QJ, and Trey Harris. I think maybe Trey Harris and Brennan Thompson, maybe you see a bit of mix of them. We got a $10 holla coming in from Pat the Rock. The Slaughter pick has to be my favorite. Just wait, he'll be the star of the O-line. Yeah, I believe you, dude. I'm a huge Slaughter fan. I think that he was the best center in the class. The background noise obviously is what I keep pushing at, or I try to push away from people of, oh my God, there was Pregnon. Oh my God, is he going to play guard? All this and that. I don't know, but you have a really good football player that in the long term is going to be, I almost guarantee, a fan favorite. He's an awesome personality. He's extremely smart, super fast processor. You're going to be very happy when you see him out there protecting Justin Herbert. Anyway, Travis Burke, the tackle out of Memphis. Thank you so much, Pat, for the $10 holla. He's going to be a great swing tackle going forward. Genesis Smith's going to be a nice safety that they throw out there in situations that they need a high safety, and maybe Molden or Derwin are in the slot. And then Nick Barrett's going to be a nice early down guy. So a lot of depth, a lot of guys that are going to play a role with this team. But I think the only quote-unquote starter is going to be Akeem Mesidor. And even he will be in rotation, but like that, they're all very solid picks. And again, for this particular class, I don't know if you could ask for more. I think there's some really good players that have been added to the team where the Chargers are selecting. So Jack Kelly, dang it, that was one of my last my guys. So the BYU linebacker, I liked him a lot. He's going to go to the Giants. They had back-to-back picks. They also picked up J.C. Davis, the tackle out of Illinois. Jack Kelly, the BYU linebacker, on his way to New York. Liked him a lot. He was a really good run stopper / you could use him as a situational pass rusher. He was really good in those situations. Yeah, Jack Kelly's going to be cool. Here come the Titans. Their pick is in, and the Buccaneers are now on the clock. Yeah, Giants, I know. Yeah, I like Jack Kelly a lot. That's crazy. I'm glad that he went a little earlier in the 6th round. Go Cougs. Josh Cameron, wide receiver, too. Jaguars. Did we not say that one? Yeah, we must have missed it. The Baylor wide receiver to the Jaguars. Now we're waiting on the Titans. Does the commissioner only do one round? Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah. Because they get the legacy players to come out in round 2. Which the Chargers had Sean Merriman out there, which is pretty sick. They just announced, we're in commercial. They put it up on the screen though. Pat Coogan, the Indiana center, on his way to the Tennessee Titans. And he can play guard too. We'll see what they do with him. But that was one of the favorites on here. Pat Coogan to the Tennessee Titans. Slaughter said, let's go win some games. Already love him. Yeah, he's awesome. And he himself said that he's willing to move to guard. It would, in my opinion, be a temporary move. And that's what I think the Chargers are getting at here. I think they say, hey, let's get some competition at guard. He's an awesome player, very athletic, very smart. And then at very worst, we have somebody that can play center for us if we need to. Because center is, dudes, our center situation has been so buns since Corey Linsley went down. It's been so bad. And to go from that to now Tyler Biotish, who's awesome, and now Jake freaking Slaughter is such a big improvement. It's hard to be completely mad about that. It looks like the Buccaneers traded The Raiders traded up to get Malik Benson, the Oregon wide receiver. Yeah, I heard good things about him too, actually. It's funny, as we're drafting, I'm like, oh yeah, I heard somebody talk about him on a program on YouTube or something. It's just that you don't see these guys at the top of the PFF list, so they get buried. I heard people talk about, obviously, I'm the one talking about Deion Burks, who's still on the board in the 6th round, so Brennan Thompson seems to have been the move there. I heard people talk about C.J. Daniels as a good blocker. I heard people talk about Eric McAllister out of TCU as a good perimeter guy. Jeff Caldwell's another one that I looked into. Crazy physical attributes, needs a lot of refinement. Chase Roberts out of BYU, he's pretty good, man. He's just not very fast, but he's a good perimeter guy. He's 6'4". He did some work for us. He was like our best receiver for a while. Squirrel White, I heard a little bit about. Malik Benson, who just got drafted, I heard a little bit about. Anybody else on here? I think that's the gist of it that I know from the wide receivers. Is Nadame Tucker still on the board? I do believe so. I think I would have remembered him coming off the board. Yeah, he's still there. He's still there. So, I mean, some edge depth is not a bad idea. Do we take Burks if he falls? It would be a crazy battle in training camp, but I would be happy. But then I would be sad that somebody like Darius Davis or KLS would likely get pushed out. But I you know me, I love Deion Burks. And again, it would be a weird like combination compliment to Brennan Thompson. Like, they're both super fast, but they both have different elements of their game that they're good at. Like I was saying, Thompson's a better route runner and he's faster, but Burks has got better hands and he's more physical. Pick your poison, you know what I mean? Here's the $2 haul. Thank you so much again, man. You guys want more linemen? Yeah. Is Mendoza still on the board? I think he may have gone a little earlier. Just a few picks earlier. Do you think we keep Dupree? It's possible. We didn't cut him yet, so that speaks for something. So Benson to the Raiders. Patriots pick is in. Eagles on the clock, and then Patriots again. And we're coming up on it. We're at pick 196. Chargers are up at 202. Finally, we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel here. And I'm starting to think that, yeah, coming up on the 4.5-hour mark, we might start winding down the stream after the 6th round pick, considering we don't have 7th round picks this year. It's been a long one today. You fine with cutting Darius Davis? I'm not there yet. Think Mendoza's on the board? Maybe. Belko slander will not be tolerated. Yeah, he's definitely gotten very vocal on Twitter. He's definitely gotten pretty vocal. Is Harold Perkins still available? Yeah, I don't think I've seen him come off yet. I still want more O-line. Got a plan on everyone getting injured. Yeah, and we've done good, I think, on O-line. I think we've taken everybody but guard. We got the backup tackle. We got the backup center, future center. And we'll see if there's any. I mean, is there anybody left at guard that I'd be like, I guess DJ Campbell, Reed Adams. These guys down here I'm just not familiar with. Like, we can take a look at some of their grades maybe together. Let's take a look while we're waiting. BYU tends to have pretty good guards, but they're more of a gap system. Maybe I'm wrong, but it kind of felt that way. I guess he's a good pass blocker, but I was gonna say, I don't particularly remember anybody jumping off the page there. Let's see. I didn't like the Georgia guy, right? Oh, he's fine. Better pass blocker. He's fine. There was somebody where I was like, absolutely not. Was it the Alabama guy? No. What about LSU? How did he look? Not great in run blocking. Auburn had some guys drafted earlier. Dylan Wade. Yeah, we're kind of in the weeds now, guys. I couldn't tell you. I'm not the right person to ask when it comes to late round guard. Texas Tech, maybe? Okay, there's some life there. A zone blocking guard that's better than pass blocking. I guess that'd be fine. Virginia Tech. Meh. I guess the Texas guy is kind of who you want to root for here. He's pretty balanced. He's good in zone. But again, this is a 6-rounder, so we got to temper our expectations. Isaiah World has played some guard, more tackle, but chance it. It could, yeah, you could definitely make the case for that. This has been a class where if you want to kick somebody inside, do it. You know, Isaiah World did meet with the team. I don't see any snaps at guard other than the one this year. Maybe that's everything they needed to know there, but yeah, I don't know. There could be other guys here that can kick inside. I would have no idea. Campbell's been your guy for a while. Yeah, sure, yeah. I have no problem with Campbell. Get in there. Competition, sure. UK Bolt fam checking out. Thanks for the brilliant effort of the last few years. Must admit, I fell asleep during day 1 and day 2 streams. UK time difference. I bet, dude. I bet. Thank you so much for hanging in there, man. I appreciate it. They announced Slaughter as a guard. Slaughter is the guard. The guard is Slaughter. I like the emphasis. Demetrius Crownover, the tackle out of Texas A&M, is on his way to New England. Eagles now on the clock. Maybe they're pick. Oh, they traded. They traded with the Rams, it looks like. Ugh. What if Beck is the best rookie quarterback next season? That would make me so happy. That means Mendoza busted. Jake about to slaughter opposing pass rushers. Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks up until the Chargers. Again, we're in the 6th round. I'll take whoever. Hopefully they got good PFF grades. Hopefully, even better, it's somebody that we've heard of. But we've gotten super lucky up until this point. I think this is where we start seeing guys where I'm like, I don't know who he is, but welcome to the Chargers. Newfoundland. Shout out, shout out. Corey Linsley was a 5th-round pick. Isn't that crazy to think about? Pick is in for the Rams and their new ugly logo. Who was in charge that thought that was a good idea? How about, hear me out, how about we make the whole thing look like PP? Oh my God, I think you're onto something. Who the heck greenlit the idea of making the entire LA Rams logo piss yellow? I miss the old, I know it's the St. Louis Rams logo, whatever. But I miss that logo where it was an actual Ram. I get where they were kind of doing with the whole LA thing. But you guys remember when the Chargers soft launched that new logo of LA with the lightning bolt coming off of it? Thank God we buried that collectively as a fan base. Live in Florida. People loved McDaniel before he came to the Chargers. People hated on me supporting the Chargers, but now we're all cool with the Chargers now. Dude, I saw the Miami Dolphins Hard Knocks season. Me and my wife sat and watched the whole thing, and we both loved McDaniels, dude. We both loved his personality. He was so quirky, obviously very, very smart, but he was the reason that we watched that season, and he was great. I'm sure everybody in Miami was very happy with him back then, too. I'm sure they hated to lose him. Rams go back to the old Rams gold and navy logo color scheme with the side profile of the Ram. Yeah, I don't necessarily hate the royal blue, but man, that logo is terrible. Terrible. And I think the navy yellow was better for them anyway, but yeah, terrible. On ESPN, the Rams logo is all blue. $2 from Fabian. Did you mention Alex Harkey, the Oregon guard? No, I have not. Is he on here? Is he a tackle kicking inside? Isaiah World was the tackle out of Oregon. Okay, so Alex Harkey. We'll take a look here. So you're saying that he's a guy that's going to kick inside. He did play some guard over the last couple of seasons. Probably projects there. Where is he at? 6'6", 230 or 327. I look at the arm length measurements, but I mean, yeah, he could be fine. He looks more like a gap guy, though, right? But again, I wouldn't hate it at this point. If I'm like, okay, the Chargers knew something we didn't, let's go. So the Rams ended up selecting DJ Daniels, the blocking wide receiver. And then, for whatever reason, the Vikings didn't get announced, but here he is. They got Damon Claiborne, the Wake Forest running back. And here come the Seahawks at pick 199. The Chargers will be up in just a few picks. So we'll start taking a look at some prospects here. But thank you so much, Fabian. We'll keep him in mind. Alex Harkey, the guard out of Oregon. Andrew with the $5 holla. How are we feeling day 3? Was at work catching up in all the action. I'm pretty happy with day 3 as a whole. We've known a majority. The one guy we didn't know was the tackle out of Memphis, and even then he looks really good. But Brennan Thompson headlines what was a pretty good group of guys in day 2 or day 3. One last catch-up here before we start looking at some of the prospects. So starting with Brennan Thompson, the fastest wide receiver in the draft in round 4. Travis Burke, monstrous swing tackle. Genesis Smith, the playmaking 6'2" safety. And Nick Barrett, the run stuffing, I'm going to say pass rushing interior defensive lineman, early down guy, who was also on our list of late round flyers. With that being said, best players still on the board. I'm a Deion Burks guy. He's still there. Even though it's redundant, I think BPA is not out of play here. Also with Rashawn Benny. Again, just kind of shooting off the names of players I kind of know. Anthony Lucas was on my list at one point. The Godfather, if you want another run defender here. Xavier Harris, if you want another run defender here. You guys, again, you all like Heidenreich, the Navy running back / wide receiver, just football player. Jack Endries, the tight end out of Texas, is pretty balanced. Dalen Bentley is kind of screaming my name here. I'm not going to lie. I think it could be pretty fun. Nadame Tucker out of Western Michigan, the old Chris O'Leary favorite right there. 14 sacks last year. Could be in play as a depth piece. Isaiah World met with the Chargers. Jaden Ott met with the Chargers. We could use a cornerback. I don't know if Dixon is the move here. I mean, it's 6'1", 185. We'll see. Yeah, there's a lot. Jeff Caldwell could be a flyer. He's an insane wide receiver in terms of his measurables. 6'5", 215. He ran a 4.31. What did they actually write about him? I actually not read this. Caldwell is the type of vertical X receiver worth taking a late round flyer simply because there are a few players with its combinations of size and explosiveness. However, he must become more technical and nuanced as a route runner, particularly with his release against press, to consistently create separation on vertical routes, even if he's developed beyond the depth of practice squad option. Yeah, he's insane. He looks like a very poor man's Calvin Johnson, but like he's huge and fast. It's like a very rare combination. And not just huge in terms of like, hey, he's 6'5", like he's 215. Like he's a big boy. Big boy with that kind of speed, hard to find. He could be even tight end, wouldn't bat an eye. Reed Adams could be an option here. Somebody said this was one of their guys in the draft, the DJ Campbell guy at guard. Cool. That makes me feel even better if we decide to go in that direction. Please and thank you. So we're getting close. We're getting close. We're at pick 201 already. Just in that short explanation, we went through several picks. The Seahawks took Emmanuel Henderson, wide receiver out of Kansas. It doesn't show what the Dolphins picked yet. Dolphins picked... I think the Dolphins just picked DJ Campbell. Right before us. That's a bummer. Yeah, they did. They took DJ Campbell. Here comes the Packers pick, and now we're on the clock. The Chargers are officially on the clock. Yeah, they just took Campbell right in front of the Chargers. Right in front of the Packers, who are in front of the Chargers. Dominique Jackson, the Alabama cornerback, off the board for the Green Bay Packers. Here come the Chargers at pick 202. Finally! Finally, we made it. Let's fix that chat real quick. Finally! Okay, Sam. Okay. Give me the 6'5" wide receiver. Yeah. So the Chargers pick is the Chargers pick in. The Chargers pick is in. Let's see who they go with, man. Again, one of these top names, sure. But even if it's somebody I have no idea who the name is, I'm hearing the name for the first time. We'll go take a look at him together and see what we think. That's my prediction, is that we have no idea who the guy is. But we'll see, man. First Canadian-born first-round pick in the NFL. Is it really Akeem Messidor? That's hilarious. The Canadian. I love it. I love it. The pick is in for the Chargers. Who is it going to be? They're showing Jim Harbaugh on the phone with, I'm assuming it was Akeem Messidor. Yeah, it's Akeem Messidor. They were happy. Who did the Chargers just select at 202? According to PFF, the top player on the board is Deion Burks. That would be complicated but exciting. But I have a feeling it's somebody that we don't even know. But the Chargers scouting department's probably pretty hyped about. Let's see who it is. Commentators are talking about Akeem Messidor as they're getting the pick in. I'm keeping my eyes fixed on the TV, guys. You're going to give me a second. I want to have a live reaction to whoever the Chargers select here at 202. Chargers pick is in. Jaguars are going to be on the clock here. But who did the Chargers go with at 202? Now why are they showing Awane? Come on, Chargers. Who do we get? Who do we get? Let's see it. The longest wait in the 6th round ever. The Chargers at pick 202 select. Hello. Come on, baby. Show me a name I've never seen before. Give me the pick. At least we're not in commercial, right? If we're not in commercial, we're waiting around in the commentating booth with people talking about the Ravens pick 2 days ago. That's how it is to be a Chargers fan on draft night. Logan Taylor, they took a guard, everybody. They took a guard. Finally, they took a guard. Logan Taylor's coming to the Chargers. Boston College. 6'7", 312 pounds. We got the guard, everybody. Yeah! Finally! The guard in the 6th round. Ryan with the 2s says Dante Lawson or Eric McAllister. Nice. Good options. We got another pick coming up in a second. Prino Pride says Ryan Suter. We got a cut. We're going to be up here pretty soon again. Yeah, dude, our line is ridiculously big, dude. Let's take a quick look at this guy. Logan Taylor. He's pretty even across the board. But still. He moves around a lot, play tackle, play guard. He looks like a zone guy, slightly favors it. 6'7", 312 pounds. At this point, I'll take it, dude. I will take it. I don't care who it is, as long as the scouting department feels comfortable with it. And Logan Taylor ends up being the selection. He's all the way down here in PFF, but I don't care, man. We got a guard. Offensive line saw 3 selections in the draft. I will take it. Another Boston College guard, Johnson 2-0. All right, now get the 6'5" wide receiver director. What's his name? Jeff Caldwell would be hilarious. Let's see what they said here on PFF about Logan Taylor. Taylor brings rare size to the interior, as do all our picks. Checking in at 6'7", 312 pounds, enters the draft ranked number 430 at PFF's board. Physical profile stands out. Height in the 97th percentile, arm length in the 90th percentile, hand size in the 93rd percentile. Wow, along with strong explosiveness for his frame, as shown by his 86th percentile vertical jump and 80th percentile broad jump. This guy's got to have a ridiculous RAS score. He offers valuable versatility, logging 1,700 snaps at left tackle, 766 at left guard, 541 at right guard, and 196 at right tackle. So he's a lineman. He goes everywhere. His run blocking has been the stronger phase of his game, as he earned a 73.7 grade in 25 and ranked tied for 39th among 537 qualifying interior linemen, supported by a 15.4% impact run block rate, tied for 35th. He's solid. That's fine. Solid. Fine. Great. Good. Got a guard. Feel good. Finally. Chat wants another guard. Finally got another guard. 40 time doesn't matter for offensive line. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But I mean, he's explosive is what you want. He's out here. He's explosive. Broad jump. All that. He's explosive. He looks good. Just out of curiosity, too, I'm going to run over to Annette Boom. Thank you for the $2 holla. I'm going to run over to PFSN and see what his testing looked like. Yeah, his RAS is a 921. 921. Look at that. Yeah, 40-yard dash is kind of poo-poo, but he's huge. All right, so who cares? Broad jump's ridiculous. Vert is ridiculous. Hand and arm length is ridiculous. He's awesome. He's got a lot of workable features, man. I think the Chargers got themselves a working piece here. Nice! Texans pick is in, by the way. The Chargers are up at 206, so we can't sit and relax too long here. We got our last pick coming up here in just a minute. I think people sleep on special teams depth, where I think Burks would excel. Also, if I lose in the playoffs again, fire Staley. Wherever Staley is, make sure he's fired. Much love, Steve-O. Net Doom with a 2 says, tell Kyle Miami the Dolphins and I surf better. All right. Miami has the Dolphins and I surf better. Nice. Cold. So the Chargers get themselves a guard in the 6th round. Meanwhile, C.J. Williams, wide receiver out of Stanford, goes to the Jaguars. Texans are on the clock. Pick is in. That means the Lions are on the clock, and the Chargers are up once again right after that. Burks better route runner, stronger hands, runs a 4.3. I think Thompson has him beat on the route running a bit, but Burks definitely has the better hands. For sure. Again, Burks is kind of my guy. Him and Thompson were like one of the two. I was like, you pick up one of these guys if you get a receiver. Because I don't know if the other guys move the needle on Trey Harris for me at X, but you can definitely add a speedster and he would have a role on the team. And I think Deion Burks and Thompson both have things that they do better than one another, but Thompson is definitely faster and probably more of a refined route runner. Burks, good hands and more physical, in my opinion. But I love Burks too. I mean, I don't care if it's redundant. I'd be happy with him too. You guys want Jeff Caldwell? Again, yeah, Jeff Caldwell will be crazy. 6'5", ran a 4.31. He'd be insane, but he needs a lot of refinement. The pick is in, by the way, for the Lions. The Texans went with Lewis Bond, wide receiver, Boston College. So a bit of a run on wide receiver here. Maybe we see another one. I don't know. That means the Chargers are back on the clock. Do we have a 7th round? No. We do not have a 7th round pick. Wish the Dolphins picked Herbert. I'm sad. I think we've heard that story from a lot of Dolphins fans. So you're not alone. Who are the punters? Anybody good? I have no idea. Punters? The top punter on the board for what it's worth is Brett Thorson out of Georgia. But again, punter is punter. I don't know. I don't know if I would ever draft a punter. I think Ariza back in the day is the only one that I was like, yeah, maybe. Other than that, no. Ryan with the 5 says Logan Taylor is best as a guard who Best suited for zone scheme and the best run blocking. Run game should be Austin Hampton for fantasy. Yes! Yes, Ryan! Hype the guard! Do it! I feel good, man. I feel good. Pat McAfee, but he has character issues. Oh, I love it. He freaked out on a Chargers fan for no particular reason. Is the wide, yeah, the player of Navy, yeah, Heidenreich is still on the board too. So the Chargers are on the clock. And the clock is ticking. Who's going to be their last pick, dude? Who's going to be the Chargers' last pick? They have a minute and a half to declare who the last pick is here. Truth be told, I wouldn't mind tight end here. I think I'm cool with tight end or cornerback. I think that's kind of where I'm at. Tight end or cornerback, I'm feeling pretty good. If they just say, screw it, Deion Burks is the best on the board, I'm also pretty happy. But other than that, I'm feeling good. Linebacker, too, yeah, Perkins could end up being nice. But who knows, man? Who knows? You're calling it. You want Jeff Caldwell? Let them pick Jeff Caldwell, and then somebody on Madden make him a golden ticket, please. Please and thank you. Chargers are letting this thing run down, too, man. They're like, this is Director's last pick of the draft. We want to make sure that he's nice and marinated by the time he sees his family again. Who are the Chargers going to select, man? We finally got our guard in round 6. Who are we going to end the day with? Mike convincing Ortiz for Caldwell. Y'all want Harold? Yeah. Watch them trade back. Don't you dare, Chargers. Don't you dare trade back. Just take a guy and free me. Free me. Free me from this draft. Yes, the pick is in for the Chargers. Of course, we're in commercial. We'll see if they announce it or if it's just going to get thrown on the screen here. But the pick is in for the Chargers. Who is the last pick going to be in the 2026 NFL Draft? The chat really wants Jeff Caldwell, which I would not be opposed to. Deion Burke's the best player on the board, one of my favorites. But I would go with tight end or corner here, if I'm being honest. Linebacker, you can convince me of that, too. Here's the chat. They want that Caldwell, man. They want that Caldwell. Who's the player going to be? The Chargers. Pick is in. Who is the player going to be? Is it going to be corner? Is it going to be tight end? Is it going to be Deion Burks just to make Director happy on the last day of the draft? Who is it going to be? Okay, so we're out of commercial. We did it, Bolt fam. We made it. We're back at the broadcast. Are we going to see an actual announcement here? Who is the selection? The final pick for the Chargers. Oh, you called it. You called it. Alex Harkey. You totally called it, dude. Alex Harkey, the tackle out of Oregon. The Chargers went ham on the offensive line. Yo, who said that? It was in a super chat too, if I remember. It was Fabian. Dude, Fabian. You totally called it. The Oregon guard coming to the Chargers. That is a slam dunk right there, dude. That's a three-pointer. I am extremely impressed by that one, dude. And in the super chat, nonetheless. That is awesome, dude. Harkey's going to be the pick. We just got done looking at him courtesy of our guy, Fabian, who said, hey, what about this guy? I like this guy. That instills a lot of confidence, dude. Wow. I cannot believe he called that. He shot his shot from the three-point line, and here we are. Pass block grade looks good. At first glance, he looks more like a gap guy, but I mean, like, he's a good pass blocker, which is fine. That's awesome. Plays primarily on the right side of the line, tackle and guard. Fabian said he was a guard. I wonder what he was announced as from the Chargers. But, I mean, dude, you got yourself Harkey. You got let's go to the Chargers full draft here now. You got Travis Burke. Look at all these offensive linemen, dude. Let's refresh this so we get all the picks in here. And maybe we can see what they say about Harkey too, man. That's awesome, dude. Fabian. Shout out to Fabian, man, who called that. Very impressive. They haven't put it up here yet. Tackle. Wow. He had a really good season last year, too. Maybe that's what they're basing it off of. I wonder if something maybe changed a little bit from last year. But yeah, dude. That's crazy. He's all over the place here, too, man. 6'6", 327 pounds. He checks those boxes for sure. Here we go. Harkey, here, I'm going to read this out. Harkey spent one season as Texas State's right tackle before transferring to Oregon. Okay, to hold the same role. While his PFF run blocking grade declined against stronger competition, his pass blocking grade dipped only slightly from 79 to 74. That's good. That means he's a pretty strong pass blocker. Wow. And you're saying ESPN announced him as a guard. Okay. And so did Fabian. Fabian announced him as a guard, too, well before the pick as well. That is awesome. That is awesome. We've got some competition, some legitimate competition in there now. Dude. Guys, hit that bolt up in the chat for Fabian, man. That's impressive. That's awesome. That is awesome. Out of all the players, that's crazy. That is crazy. Somebody's going to have to be kicked off the team too, man. That's a lot of offensive linemen. Let's go back to the Chargers in particular. So the Chargers, in terms of offensive linemen, we got Jake Slaughter, we got Travis Burke, we got Logan Taylor, and Alex Harkey. We drafted 4 offensive linemen in the draft this year. That is pretty crazy. You're taking a lot of swings at it. Hopefully one of them, obviously Slaughter, hopefully one of the last 3 will work out for you too, because that is pretty crazy, dude. 4 offensive linemen. You can never have enough ducks. Yeah, I know you guys. You can never have enough ducks. That is awesome, dude. Purging the interior offensive line room, yeah. Jake Slaughter announced as a guard. We obviously drafted the guard in Logan Taylor. And then Alex Harkey announced as a guard, too. And then you have the tackle in Travis Burke. That is so crazy, dude. What a draft, man. Yeah. Competitors welcome. Definitely not like the names that we were expecting at offensive line, but the Chargers sure took a lot of swings at it, which is, I think, at very minimum, what we demanded as Chargers fans. Very, very cool, dude. Very, very cool. Before we break this down a little bit, for anybody that cares, the Eagles just took Micah Morris, guard, out of Georgia, and then the Falcons are on the clock. But I don't think that the Chargers are going to have another pick this draft. I really highly doubt that they trade back in at any point here. I think we're good. I think we're going to see a lot of movement when the undrafted free agency kind of opens up at the end here. Jeff Caldwell will be an undrafted free agent. I think it's absolutely possible. Are we done? Yeah, the Chargers are done. We're going to wind down this stream with a look at the Chargers draft class. Okay, and I'm going to give a soft grade before I have a chance to really sit down and mull over all the picks, especially in this last day. But I think this is a pretty decent draft, man. I'm not going to lie. Definitely not going to lie. Ryan with the $2 Haas says, great draft, trying to win a Super Bowl. Oh, yes, sir. It's a win now kind of draft for sure. Thank you so much, Ryan. Okay, soft grades. You guys ready? Here we go. Akeem Mesidor, A. You got yourself, yes, he is older, but he is plug and play. He's one of the most pro-ready players in this draft. Loved it. We got lucky to see him slide in the first round. Jake Slaughter up next. This is a B for me. I think a solid B for me. Yeah, it's going to be crazy thinking about what we're going to do at guard and all this. You got announcers guard, whatever. All the background noise aside, great player. And he's going to be an awesome, I'm going to say fan favorite at some point in his career in the next few seasons. Jake Slaughter is incredible. I cannot wait to see his impact. Brennan Thompson, A. This is really cool, dude. Like the Chargers, I would say maybe like an A- B+ because Jalen Farmer was also there. But Brennan Thompson in this particular offense is going to be awesome. 4.26 speed, smooth route runner. He is, going to be very, very fun to think about with Mike McDaniel. I would say Brennan Thompson, A-. He's one of my guys, though, so it's really hard to give him a B+. It's got to be like an A-. He's awesome. Travis Burke, I'd give like a B. He's got really, really good grades. His measurables are insane at 6'9", 315. True monster out there. Again, it wasn't a guard at 4 in round 4, but he certainly looks fine. Like a B feels pretty right to me, and it's a solid pick. Genesis Smith feels like an A. I saw him in person. He looks insane. Playmaker, 6'2". Again, they say he's not physical. I disagree. I saw him be plenty physical. He forced a fumble versus the Cougs at the game I attended. He's awesome. And he's going to be, I think, a really cool piece that kind of jumps off the field for you guys in the upcoming season. Nick Barrett, I would give this one like a B as well. I think it's totally great. I think he's got enough chops as a pass rusher, but really excels as a run stopper. He looks great. I think it's going to be a nice early down addition. Him and Jeff Caldwell should look nice. Logan Taylor, B+. We needed a guard. The Chargers obviously like what they saw in him. He's big. He's got the measurables. He looks athletic enough. We needed the position desperately. Finally, they made the decision here late in the draft in round 6. He's another huge offensive lineman at 6'7", 312. Awesome. Positional value for me, I give it a B, B-. I think he could be good. And then Alex Harkey, I'll give it like a C+, B-. Again, offensive line, I will never say no to it. He's announced as a guard. A lot of competition across the board for the Chargers. This whole draft feels like a B+, A- to me. What do you guys think? I like it. I feel pretty good about it. I think, again, with what you were given in this class and how they navigated it, sure, we could have maybe addressed guard a little bit better, but we got a lot of offensive linemen in there. So I'm very, very excited to see how that shapes out in training camp. Training camp just got extra interesting with how much competition you're going to see on that line. Somebody's going to get sent home, dude, for sure. And then we got undrafted free agency still to look forward to after the draft, man. It's been an insane day. We got a 23-month membership coming in from Razzo saying, Director, all things considered, this was a freaking amazing draft. Turned 5 picks into 8. Got 4 offensive linemen. Yeah, half of our picks were O-line. Think about that. Mesidor at 22. Many gifted subs, and thank you, Director. Yeah, guys, thank you so much, dude. Shout out to Action Dan, to Saint Razzo, to all of the super chats today. You guys are absolutely insane. Thank you guys so much. It's been a freaking journey. We got videos to make. We got grades to hand out. We got research to do. But all in all, I feel pretty solid about this draft. I think the number of swings that you took at offensive line eases my my mind a little bit that somebody steps up at guard for the Chargers. I think we got a lot of really good playmakers in there at edge and at wide receiver. The trenches saw a lot of reinforcements on both sides. I like it, dude. I think this is a very solid draft. Not the best Chargers draft in recent memory, but certainly a lot better than I was expecting outside of the element of guard. But it's really hard to hate it when you've got Mesidor and Slaughter and Thompson as your top 3 picks. Like that, that's going to be pretty fantastic in this particular in this particular team, man. I'm very excited, dude. Pat the Rock with the $10 holla says, Slaughter will be the next jersey I buy. I don't know if I have Nick Hardwick as offensive line coach, but if we do, he will turn him into the next best version of himself. Yeah, the last offensive lineman jersey I bought, it's sitting in my closet here, is Joe Alt. I actually wore it to Disneyland, and somebody stopped me and was like, hey, dude, that's awesome. You don't see a lot of O-line jerseys out here, which is pretty awesome, man. Yeah, I feel pretty good that one of those guys pans out into something decent, and that we see some movement during training camp that maybe raises our hopes a little bit that the O-line sees some improvement. Thank you so much for the $10 holla there, man. I appreciate that. Director jersey is a crazy thing to say, man. You guys are crazy. Well, guys, it has been a long trek. Literally in 30 seconds, the stream will cross into the 5-hour mark, which will put the streaming for this weekend somewhere around 12 to 15 hours. It has been insane. It's been a journey. It's been an honor. Action Dan is another great stream director. You're the man. See you at training camp. Hey, Action Dan, I look forward to it, man. Thank you guys so much for all the support. The Action Dans, the Razzos, to all the mods in the chat. Thank you guys so much. For Fabian calling his shot at the three from half court in picking up his offensive lineman. All the support throughout the weekend, man. BC came in here with the $100 haul yesterday. Thank you guys so much. It's been an insane journey. We're here at the 5-hour mark, and we got a lot of fun stuff to uncover about this draft class over the next week, including grades and breakdowns. It's going to be a good time. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. This has been The Director. We'll see you next time, and as always, bolt up and stay frosty. Hey guys, one more thing. Do me a favor too. I'm going to throw the link in the chat. I was sitting here looking for somebody who's still live for the Chargers. And the Guilty as Charged guys are still up and running. So we're going to go raid them real quick. Go say Director says hi and give him some love over there, guys. Big love to you guys. We'll see you very soon.